Hello, I'm Benwin Bronzebottom, celebrity dwarf and video game enthusiast, and this is my sidekick, Crowy.
Hello.
Quiet, you. I'm here to tell everyone about Idle Champions of the Forgotten Realms. It's a Dungeons & Dragons-based strategy game from Codename Entertainment.
It's a management game with an emphasis on formation strategy, where you assemble parties of legendary heroes and send them on adventures through the Forgotten Realms.
Heroes? Crowy, don't you mean champions?
Players unlock legendary champions of the Forgotten Realms, like Dritz Duerden and the Companions of the Hall, Farida and Havilar from the Brimstone Angels saga, and many more. Assemble the best adventuring party possible based on your formation options, champion abilities, and the obstacles and enemies you face.
Or just smash your mouse button repeatedly like I do and hope for the best.
Each champion has an incredible array of skills and items to let you customize your style and play even further.
Farther. Farther means more distant, further is figurative.
Well, I meant more distant, but figuratively.
That's forther.
Well, customize your style even further, because Idle Champions of the Forgotten Realms is available on all your favorite gaming platforms. Steam for PC and Mac, Web, Epic Game Store, PlayStation 4 and 5, Xbox One, Xbox Series X, Nintendo Switch, iOS tablets, and Android devices.
Well, let me know when it comes to the BlackBerry. I'm not giving up that phone. It's the only keyboard I can use.
I hear it's coming to the smart fridge next spring.
In the frozen mountains of the north, you have come to end the terror of the Grimfang King and his army of raiders. The biting wind has slowed your pace as you approach the mountain hold. The air is painful to breathe, the snow thick and unyielding. You draw close. Distant torches lighting the icy ground. A rank odor fills your nostrils. The shouts of orcs fill your ears. Great beasts roar and slam against their bonds. You ready your weapons and prepare your attack. Battle is about to commence. Epic encounters. Turn your RPG up to 11.
We have done it! 5 years of planning and thinking before the dream finally came true. A team of 12 dedicated professional developers and internet marketers who desperately love board games put in 17 months of hard work. And now, we are proud to present to you Tabletopia, the digital platform to publish and play any kind of board games. It is the most sophisticated virtual table in terms of functionality, aesthetics, and usability. We integrated everything that was conceivable to recreate the feeling of playing on a real table. And at the same time, we implemented a lot of tools to facilitate playing life hacks. Setting up the game, dealing cards, shuffling decks, etc. takes only a fraction of a second. And the same holds true for creating your very own game. It takes only a couple of seconds to create any game objects from standard print version graphics. Just drag and drop your files, borrow whatever else will be necessary from our extensive library of free game objects and place them on the table. Your game is ready. And now, playtest, demonstrate your game, make videos, or even earn money with your game. Tabletopia is a full-scale ecosystem for publishing digital versions of board games. But of course, the main focus of our project is to allow players around the world to play remotely with their friends or find worthy opponents here. And we are speaking about literally thousands of games and their variations. Many leading publishers and game authors have joined us already, and from day one, you will be able to play many popular games. But this is only the beginning. Ahead of us are a lot of new cool system features, new games, and millions of hours of fun. So stay tuned, subscribe to our newsfeed, and be ready to jump in. Tabletopia, where board games go digital.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to GaryCon 2021. I am so excited to be here. I'm your dungeon master for right now, Satine Phoenix, and I'm here with an amazing group of adventurers. We have Anna Prosser, David Blue, Ryan Omega, and Jameson Stone. Yay! I am so excited to play. I feel like I haven't done one of these in a very long time. So for those of you who don't know our players, why don't we have you guys introduce yourself and tell everyone what you've been up to over the last quarantine time. So we'll start with Anna.
Hi, I'm Anna. I play a lot of TTRPGs and I do talk shows and I host esports events and I run a fantasy inspired clothing brand and I have a tiny 5-pound dog who I like to photograph. And that's most of what I've done during quarantine. And I'm happy to be here. I've never done anything with GaryCon before. This is my first time. I'm very excited.
Oh, welcome. What is your clothing brand called?
It's called Cantrip. If you can go to cantripbrand.com for all of your fantasy RPG inspired clothing streetwear needs.
Woo! Da, 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 da. Awesome. Thank you. David, what you been up to?
Hi, David Blue, actor, writer, director, Stargate, Moonlight, Ugly Betty, other stuff. But at the beginning of the pandemic, I ventured onto Twitch for the first time ever. So I have been streaming like 6 days a week, video games, DMing D&D, chats, interviews, watch parties, all sorts of cool stuff over at 4David and also rescued a cute little pup named Harley, who is the unofficial mascot of my stream.
Super cute.
What's she got to do to be the official mascot?
Earn her keep. No.
So silly. Okay, Ryan Omega, who are you and what have you been up to?
Hello, I'm Ryan Omega. My pronouns are he, him, and I have been up to game design. I'm a live stream host and producer. I do a lot of game design shows. I also run a LARP under twitch.tv/life action roleplay, where we do things like discuss things in roleplay, LARPs, other things. I am also the producer for Iron Game Designer for Indiecade, which is a large independent gaming convention. So and we're happy to have our first competition next week with several different game designers competing for Pride.
Oh, that's so cool. Awesome. Okay, Jameson, I know who you are, but why don't you tell everyone else?
Hello, everyone. I'm Jameson Stone. When I'm not hanging out and playing fun RPGs, my studio, Apotheosis Studio, is actually making them. We just released the Red Opera, and actually the PDF released today. It's an epic Warlock campaign. It literally just dropped today. This is our physical copy, and we're super excited to show people. So if you enjoy Warlocks, and if you enjoy 5th edition, which I think everyone here does, you can go out and check out theredopera.com or thewarlockbook.com, and you can take a look at our awesome adventure.
It's so exciting. Yeah, that was really fun to unwrap and unravel yesterday. We were just like kids in a candy store. Before we start our game, this is going to be a little different than my normal games. So I'll talk about that in a moment. But if you guys out there, if you want to donate to Extra Life, now is the time. I know I have a page. Maybe some people on here have pages on Extra Life. Go check them out. It's Extra Life for Kids. I'm sure someone in chat is going to put the link. Please donate. It's a really good cause that we end up donating to all year round. We do a ton of games just for them. So that's the official charity for GaryCon. Please participate. And now, dun, 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 house rules. I don't know how many of you players are using real dice, real life dice.
Woo, right here.
If you drop your dice, you get disadvantage on your next D20 roll. If I drop my dice, I also will get that as well. So it's not just a you guys thing. If you want to cast a spell, please have it ready on hand. Please try to work together and react to and with one another and your environment for maximum fun. The more you work together, the more I will reward you. And if you're all settled in, let's begin this Bard open mic adventure. Da, da, da. I don't have music, but I'm gonna sing it anyway. Okay, so yeah, drums. It's all in our head. It's super fun. Okay, your team has been adventuring together for 3 years. On the very first anniversary of your friendship, you booked a gig at a tavern in Baldur's Gate. You were Baroque ass musicians. You couldn't afford a caravan. So you walked your butts all the way from Waterdeep to Baldur's Gate. And at the end of the second day, you guys make camp in the forest. You just pull over to the side, you make camp, you're sitting there, you've got your fire going, the beautiful sounds of the forest are happening around you. And suddenly, a monster pops through and attacks your group. What I want to know is, what is this monster? You guys can just throw words at me. What is the
Displacer beast.
Displacer beast. How is it mutated?
It has 7 tentacles.
Oh.
7 tentacles. What else we got here? Give me more mutations. What else
It
do
has
we got
3
here?
heads like Cerbus.
Oh my
Ooh.
gosh. What else? One more.
And it's on fire.
Nice.
It comes running in, rah, and you guys just, you pick up and you book it. And you guys are running through the forest, and you're running, and it's dark, only lit by moonlight. You each lose 1 thing off of your character sheet. What is it? If it's good, you get inspiration. And this is it could be anything. What is it? Anyone?
I lose my money even though I'm financially responsible for the band.
Oh no.
Well, that's not good.
Didn't you have like a fanny pack or something? You said you had like. A
I lost
satchel?
my fanny pack full of money. It's like, damn you.
All right, you have inspiration.
Yes.
Yeah.
Vajra has lost a little bag that includes a loop of his beloved's hair. It's very, 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 very treasured to him, and so he will do anything to get this back.
Oh my God, honey, that's like, oh my God.
I know, he better get this thing back.
Well, not during this game. He's not.
All right.
You have to go on another adventure to find it a different time. You also have inspiration. Whew, that's a good one. What else we got, guys?
I was
ready
really-
here.
Oh, sorry.
Okay. Yeah.
I didn't mean to
okay.
interrupt you, Anna. Did you want to
No,
go
but
next?
you go ahead.
No,
I'll
go ahead.
I have to go over here to do
I
it.
was so scared and caught off guard that I dropped my armor. Oops. Oh, I'm just wearing my undies.
Typical
DM didn't
dude.
hear it.
What design do you have on your boxers, good sir?
Well,
Dude.
had I known
They
I'd
could
be
be
walking
briefs, we
around
don't know.
naked, I would have worn different ones. Let's just say they're tidy whities.
So you lost all your armor?
I lost my armor. Where'd it go, bro?
Okay, so these are things that you're not getting back this whole game.
It's
Just
gonna
put
be
it out
interesting.
It's already naked. It's okay.
there. It's fine. All right, you get inspiration. This is what I'm talking about. Take it away, and fun will happen. All right.
I think Harith is probably maybe even running faster than everybody else, but drops her bag of 1,000 ball bearings
Oh,
And-
no.
behind her. So who knows what effect that has, but 1,000 ball bearings go rolling everywhere.
Oh,
Hopefully
my
in the
goodness.
path of this flaming creature that's chasing us.
Mhm,
Yeah.
mhm.
Lucky. So you have inspiration. Lucky enough, it does get in the way, and you guys just get ahead just a little bit to find out that you've all run into a dead end. There's a big wall in front of you, but there's one exit. You all are standing there. You hear it raging through the forest. One of you sacrifices themselves to save the group so they could get away. Who is it?
Definitely
Oh,
not
man.
Harith.
Yeah, that sounds like a Vajra thing. He'll charge in, blade of fury, going in for it.
All right, so you stay back. The rest of you run your butts all the way back to Baldur's Gate. And you guys get to the location that you're supposed to perform in, the Feisty Monk. You get to the Feisty Monk and you're waiting there. And Vajra doesn't arrive 1 day, 2 days, 4 days. You guys are just sitting there freaking out. And on the 5th day, Vajra enters into the scene. We're going to cut back all the way back to that moment you guys left. Vajra, you're standing there you go to head with this beast. How did you get away?
Lots of divine smites, just divine smite again and again and again. It was a harrowing battle, but it was already on fire. That helped, and by channeling my internal fury into my rune blade, was able to quell the fiery beast and bring it to its knees.
Awesome. So you make your way back. You just got all sorts of blood and displacer stuff all over you. 5 days later, you make it back just in time to perform with your friends. What do you tell everyone happened?
I tell them that it was an absolutely battle of epic proportions. Was happy that they got away. Have several new body scars to show for it, and that they all definitely owe me a round of drinks for sacrificing myself for the betterment of the group.
Kino will pay.
Before we do that, first of all, when is the last time you ate or drank something?
Other than the ichor of the beast, not much.
Oh, that's disgusting. Okay, we need to get you water. Tavern Keep. I would like water for this gentleman. He is performing with us, so we just need to make sure that this gets taken care of, and also that. Oh my God, what is that smell? Bajra.
A quick bath would probably be a good idea, and maybe a nice short rest.
Unfortunately, there's no time for that as they announce your band's name. What is your band's name?
Flaming
Ichor. Yeah, the Flaming Ichor. That's great. I like it. Flaming Ichor.
I like it.
The Flaming Ichor.
I like it so much. I'm glad we came up with it 3 years ago.
Yeah.
All right. The Flaming Ichor it is. I would like you all to roll performance. This is going to be your very first performance at this place. And you'll see how well you did.
Aerith plays a 16.
Nice.
12.
10.
Dude on drums with a 16.
Nice. You guys are an instant hit. They love you dearly. And a year goes by. You guys are like, anniversary time, celebration. You guys make your way all the way back to the Feisty Monk, this time just to celebrate. This is year number 2. You've been together for 3 years. This is year number 2. You guys are here celebrating. But this second year, each one of you ended the night doing something unforgettable. What was it?
Well, during Dude's epic drum solo, Vajra went over and used his shocking grasp to ignite the drum kit into lightning while simultaneously arching back into a hellish scream for the for his final finale. And so not only was there sparks flying everywhere, but a blue-haired lightning character doing his final solo for the song.
Which was awesome because you guys weren't supposed to be performing at all, and that's just how you ended.
We just jumped on stage, it was kind of a lackluster performance, and we decided to upstage them. So
And because of that, there was some heckler, like maybe the other band's manager, trying to get us to stop. And the unforgettable thing that Harith did was smash their bass over that person's head.
Love it.
Nice.
Yeah, and when I saw Vajra jump up on that stage, I was like, it's our time. And I went up there and laid down a sick beat that got so crazy. I dude clapped, which is just thunderclap. I dude clapped. The entire room, everyone's beers and ales flew out of their hands and they were amazed.
Our band is so metal.
Yeah.
Super metal.
No, we're actually folk.
As soon as Harith smashed the bass of that manager of the other band, Kino came in with some vicious mockery, shamed the manager so badly that they cried as they left, begged our forgiveness, and will never play in that venue again.
Dang, Mama. Mama Kino is hardcore. Awesome. You all wake up with hangovers. Congratulations. That was your year number 2. And this year, this moment, this adventure is year number 3. You're here to celebrate 3 years of adventuring together and maybe find another gig either through performing or as mercenaries. Whatever pays the best is what your group often is drawn to. But tonight, you are here to celebrate first. You didn't have to walk here. You had just enough money to get here. It's only year 3 of your party's bandness. And the sun has gone down and you guys approach the feisty monk. And you guys notice for the first time, having come here multiple times, that there is a line out the door.
To see us?
You are not there to perform.
Hey guys, did I forget our performance today?
I don't think we're on, but
It is
maybe we
Kino's responsibility to manage our schedule. Kino, have you failed?
Bro.
No, I haven't failed. What happened is we have such a grand reputation. Obviously, they know that every year, this night, epic things happen. They don't know what it is, and we will figure out what that is once we walk through the door. So we just accept our praise with pride. That's all we have to do.
If we have a performance tonight, I will need to be paid extra because I have not scheduled this performance in advance.
Done. That's not a problem. You've been with us for what, 3 years? We already know this. You'll be taken care of.
That was the easiest negotiation I've ever seen.
I know, Kino, at least give her a little bit of a fight, man. We don't have much money. At least make her earn the extra pay.
Listen, I also did well in casino last night. You know, I bet a whole bunch into like one of those squares in roulette. We won big, so we can, after our performance, maybe have a little party. Just don't spend everything, but, you know, we could treat ourselves to something a little nice.
Spend
Okay.
everything, check.
No,
All right,
no,
cool.
no.
Kino, make me roll me a d20
Okay.
since you did so well at
That
the
would be a
casino.
3.
Nice. You have 3 gold
So
pieces.
well. So well.
We're embroiled in riches. 3 gold pieces, which is a lot for us.
Did you bet a copper? What happened?
I did. Our last copper. That's why we have 3 gold pieces.
Hey.
So there you are, standing in front of this tavern with a line out the door, and you see that the front door, never saw one before. Looks like there's a bouncer. He's got a velvet red rope and a clipboard, and he's wearing a pretty nice suit.
Excellent. I'm gonna go up to the bouncer and say, "Hey, I'm sure you all know of us. We are the Flaming Icker." I'm gonna use all of my persuasion, my +6 persuasion. We're expected inside. We'd love to come in. Thanks so much for gatekeeping for us.
And
You
just in
notice-
case, oh sorry,
No, go ahead.
just in case while he's doing that, dude is gonna put the symbol for our band on his little list with prestidigitation.
Oh, nice.
Oh.
Yeah, dude.
All right. So what I need from both of you is Vajra, make me a persuasion, and dude, please make me an arcana.
No, I have 9 for my persuasion. Even with
He's
that
like-
+6, I rolled a 3. Maybe should I use my inspiration to re-roll? I don't know.
Dude's got you. 17.
Oh,
Nice. You see that he's got a little tag that says Murphy, and he's like, he's looking at Vajra and goes, what list are you on?
we're in the performers list.
And he looks at it, and and there you are. The emblem just pops up thanks to dude.
I'm gonna give dude a little
It's like
pound.
stamped on
Yeah,
there real
yeah.
hardcore. It takes up like 3 slots and like covers up 2 other bands' names. He's like, you're late. And he's like really tall. This guy's like 7 feet tall. So he's like looking down at you. He's like,
The
like,
Flaming Icker
"Bruh."
arrives precisely when we mean to.
Fine, hurry up. And he undoes the red rope, and you guys have your way into the tavern. The people are, some people, let's see how they are. How do they react to you? pretty averagely. Half of them are like, who are they? The other half are like yelling at you because you cut in line. But you guys make your way in, and this little tavern, it's 2-story, but it's fairly small, is packed, and the music is bumping. It looks like they've got just like a house performance on right now. The place is just alive with people. There's some booths on the side that are like have people that look like they're a little more noble or well off. And then there's groups of people at different tables, just kind of like walking around and mingling with one another. Just kind of like pretty average folk. You've got your bartender. You know this bartender. His name is Solomon. He is an ex-barbarian sun elf. You guys know him pretty well. And you've never seen the waiters before. They look like half elves, and they look related.
Are we related?
Dude, you are my heart brother, dude. Yes, we are related. We're bound together through
Sweet.
Fury and performance.
I was actually asking about the other half elves, but I like this way too. This is awesome.
Do you walk up to them? Do you walk up to them and ask?
I do. My shirt's extra flowy and open, just so everyone who's clearly admiring us can get a good peek. I'm like, hey, you
walk up to the guy. They look pretty young, probably like between 18 and 20. And he's like, hello, hi, did you want a drink?
Always.
What would you like?
Yes.
Oh, I don't understand what that means. And he looks really stressed out.
I turn back to Vajra. I'm like, little help.
I got you, man. So we'll take a round of your house ale, and would like to know actually what's happening tonight. It seems like there's quite the line out the door, and who's the headliner other than us, obviously. Who's the headliner tonight?
I've never seen you here before. This is an open mic night, and there's a lot of people. There's a lot of people competing, and it's kind of a lot. It's just a lot. They didn't staff us right, and it's just the two of us, my sister and I, and it's fine. Everything's fine. This is a new job, and it's my first job. And
Harris doesn't know why they're crying, but walks up, sees dude's shirt, and says, "Dude, please close your clothing. You are making others uncomfortable. Your shirt has come unbuttoned again."
Keena goes up to the staff and just says, when is the last time you ate? When's the last time you drank water? When's the last time you slept?
There's a lot going on.
Oh
right
man, that's when he just starts crying, and he's like, "Oh, okay, your ales. It's a silver piece each." And he looks like he just pressured the heck out of him.
Quick question. Have we performed with an open mic before, or were they closed? Why is everybody laughing? I don't get it.
Dude, you're doing great. It's as open as your shirt. It's fantastic. You don't worry about it. Don't worry about it, dude. We got you. Okay. I'm gonna go up to the waiter and say, hey, don't worry. You're doing fine. Everything's okay. You're gonna be fine. We're gonna be fine. At your leisure, get our drinks. But right now, what is the current listing? Where are people? Where are we at in the order of the performances?
I think it's like the last few performances, and it's not closed. If you want to go and sign up, it's 20 gold per pieces a person. But yeah, they're pretty good. There's pretty good things happening, and those are the judges. And you look up at the balcony, and it looks like 6 Shatterkai, and they're all like, they all have like long black hair and kind of emo style, and they're all wearing the same outfit. Harith, make me a history check.
Harith looks up and says, "My people." Oh, it was a cocked die. Hold on. History, that would be 10.
You vaguely remember them. You know that they're super famous. They're famous enough for you to remember, but you just can't remember that name.
I know the name of those Shatterkai, but I will not tell you.
An interesting choice.
Why?
They are well known, and you should know who they are.
Yes, we should know, and we will know as soon as you tell us.
I will not.
When's the last time you drank water? When's the last time you ate?
Wait, what's the prize for winning?
1,000 gold pieces.
And
1,000.
pay the man.
Let's get signed up. Let's win some gold here.
Certainly you must have 20 gold if you were lucky last night.
I wasn't that lucky last night. I was lucky, but not quite. Let's see.
Kino, how much do we have? What do we have? What are we working with?
We are working with 3 gold.
3 gold?
I mean, keep in mind that there are maintenances and things that we have to keep up. I mean, sometimes there's
no judgment, Kino.
It's okay.
No judgment. No judgment. It's okay. It's okay.
Right.
No judgment. So I've got 2 gold. So that makes 5. What else? Who else has any gold here? What do we got? Let's pool our resources. We'll see what we need to make up the difference.
Harith has the observant feat. So I'm going to say that Harith scans the room, maybe even the place where people are like registering as bands, to see if there's an easy purse to grab. She's just going to try to steal 20 gold.
Fantastic. So why don't you give me a perception check at advantage?
Hopefully not that. That was a 2. Oh, 2 and a 4. Well, that makes it 7. Wait, let me check my feature. I'm going to check the observant trait because I feel like that gives me.
It should give you stuff.
It's +5 to passive perception. So
I will allow you to use that 5. It's 4 plus. What is your total?
I would still get 5. Perception is +5 for me anyway, so it would still be 9.
Cool. Well, we'll say that you do notice that there is a row of tables in the very back, and it looks like they've got food and wine, and there's a lot of people. There happens to be a gentleman. There is one gentleman that is much more robust and loud than everyone else, and he's sitting at a table that just is like extra wide long, and it's got drinks. People are coming and going and kind of eating off his table, and he looks like he's talking to somebody next to him. This guy looks like a fighter of some sort, bald head. He's got like this weird purple tattoo and looks like a rodent on his shoulder. That guy looks like he's almost about to pass out, but they look like they've got some stuff.
All right.
There's also another set of nobles next to them. So that whole area looks like has some cash.
All right, I'm gonna gather the band, saying, all right, seeing Aerith, that guy. Do you guys remember back in Ravenhold Keep? All right, dude and I went in. We talked to the main character. Aerith went around, stole the purse, and Kino watched our backs. We're gonna just do the exact same thing, except this time we're not gonna get arrested. Okay?
Shenanigans.
All right. So,
yes, shenanigans. Quite right.
Yeah. So we're not getting arrested this time. So the other time was like practice. All right, here we go. Dude, you and me, we're going in right in the beginning. We're just gonna sit down. Everyone else.
Got it. And
Harith
I lean right over to Harith. Oh, I lean over to Harith. I'm like, oh, you're gone.
The waiter hands you guys your drinks. And it's like, it's 1 silver piece each. But he looks over and Harith is already gone. It's like, oh.
When you gotta go. So, where are you from?
You just walk up to the gentleman, or
yeah,
are you talking to the bartender?
I don't know plans. You want to just refresh what we did?
I'm just gonna kind of grab dude by the shoulder very kindly and just kind of just lead him into that
cool
group. Yeah. lead him into the group. We'll focus on the large man, and because the target is the one who's a little bit more drunken, correct? Satine. That is the one. Yeah. So we'll focus on him and the secondary target. And we'll just ask, so you guys here for open mic night? Are you performers, or are you just here to check out new bands? What's your deal here?
So as you're walking up, you lean in and you start saying this, and bumps into him like very oddly and spills drinks all over him is the the waiter.
Okay.
And they both get up, and he gets really ruffled and oh, how dare you, this is ridiculous, and some of it gets on to the other guy. So now there's like this altercation happening, and he's like, one minute, will you, this is just uncalled for. And he's that's happening right now.
Dry cleaning service. And I do
Nice.
that, and prestidigitation, his clothes clean.
Oh, thank you so much. You just get out of here, you've done enough damage. It's like, how may I help you? Please sit, please have some drinks, have some food on me. I'm Mert the moneylender. I'm here on business from Waterdeep.
Excellent. I trust business is good. Who so far has been the headlining band? What have you seen so far?
Oh, I'm actually here to see. I heard 8-inch Steak is here. They're very, very good. They beat box. It's very entertaining.
Huh. I heard that they don't perform often. It's very rare.
Except for his chuckle is like booming and loud, and the kind of wakes up the guy next to him, is like, oh, and the little rodent on his shoulder is like.
As Mert the moneylender is laughing, I cast Tasha's hideous laughter, so he laughs a whole lot more than he should, but cannot do anything else but laugh.
Well, with an 8, he really is just laughing, and now he's starting to like tear up, and he looks really confused.
Harith will use this opportunity to sleight of hand and try to steal his purse.
Awesome.
Yes.
You notice he has multiple purses.
I will steal as many as I can.
Yes.
All right, sleight of hand, roll it.
Dang it, I'm rolling so bad. I'm going to use my inspiration to re-roll that. Can I do that?
Nice.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, that's much better.
Woo.
18.
Oh yeah. So you get 2 bags. Roll me 2d10.
Ooh, 2d10. 4. You guys, I should have warned you beforehand. My dice are characteristically unlucky all the time.
Do your dice go up to 20, or is it just like stop at 5?
Yeah, it's like 1 to 5 on each dice. Exactly.
Okay, so you have 40 gold pieces on your person. You just yoink.
Nice.
As you do that, the gaggle of girls just they are halflings. They go giggling across the path over to the stairs towards the balcony. But you now have 40 gold pieces.
Kino, I
Yeah.
have obtained 20 gold pieces. Here they are.
Got it. Thank you so much. He doesn't ask.
That's why we put you in charge, bro.
So he goes over to Solomon, I believe, and pays for the fees. Like, here we go. We are now ready to compete and win.
So you walk up, and he's like, oh, good to see you again. Although last time you were here, you almost destroyed the place, but you're a band, you're fantastic, and everybody loves you. So normally that's 20 gold pieces per person, because it's 1,000, if you win.
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead and roll persuasion.
All right.
As
Roll
you are
persuasion.
mom-eyeing him.
I'm like,
Mhm.
roll persuasion. Oh, 28.
There we go.
That's why he's our manager.
He's like, roll me insight.
Okay. 19.
He's like, oh, okay. He looks a little shocked and worried, and then takes it. He goes, oh, okay, yes. Here, and he writes it down. He's like, the green room is that way, and yes, thank you. I'll be right back. And he actually leaves the bar and heads into the crowd. But you guys see that there is a green room.
Ooh, snacks.
Excellent.
Taken care of. We can go into the green room anytime you're ready. I will wait for all of you there, unless you need me here.
I mean, can we just come to the green room?
Let's do it. Let's stay together, guys. Let's.
That's
get
where the
some
free
food.
stuff is.
Yeah, let's get some food. Let's plan out what song we're gonna do. We've got one shot at this. We should Yeah, give it a roll.
Yeah, we're good. Harith, how about you? Do you need to stay out here, or are you going to come in?
No, I will come, although I still take issue with the fact that the room is not green.
Yeah, we need to talk to their painters. Yeah, let's go.
One of life's great mysteries, yet again.
You guys make your way to the back, and in front of this, the door is at least green, is an orc. And he's kind of like guarding the door.
If the door is green, Harith takes note of this and nods approvingly.
What's up, Orky bro? We're here.
It's Grok.
What's up, Grocky bro? We're here.
Wonderful. Grok, we've just paid our attendance. We're excited to partake of your green room as we prepare for our song.
Yes.
What's your names?
We are the Flaming Icker. I'm sure you've heard of us.
It's Flaming Icker. Yeah. Fine. And he opens the door. And in this room, looks like there's two bands. One of them is about to go on stage. And there's, looks like a bunch of vampires. They are there to go on stage. And then there's a group of goblins who are practicing in the corner. But you are now in the green room.
Does Grok have a coin purse?
Grok does not have a coin purse.
Oh.
Harith takes note of this disapprovingly.
So who's our biggest competition?
Potentially these vampire steak folks. Should we?
Oh, steak. Like, I thought it was like steak.
No, you got it, dude. It's one and the same. One and the same.
Got it.
So do we want to be nefarious? Should we try to sabotage them, or do we want to win on our own merits? What do you guys think? How are we feeling tonight? Do we want to get arrested again or no?
Those were a lot of big words, bro.
Well, let's work on our song. If they come to us, we will deal with them then. But right now, we're going to win a competition.
Okay. All right. Keep it clean. Keep it clean. All right.
Keep it clean
All right.
until we don't have to.
But like steal their instruments or no?
I look at Harith.
When Dude had said steal their instruments or no, Harith had looked at Kino.
So we're just kind of looking at each other for a minute. We're like,
I mean,
how big are their instruments? Are they stealable?
Yeah, what do they play?
They are beatboxers and
steal their mouths.
they might have some percussion, like they might have some like industrial kind of percussions.
Do we have any substances that might numb their tongues, lips, and throats?
I have oil of slipperiness. You put this on stuff and it's real slippery. It's probably like, it might be really hard to do
perhaps you
that.
could offer it to them as lip balm.
It's not going to taste good, but we could try. I'm down if you all are.
All right.
We'll
dude,
deal with it if they. Oh, go ahead.
I'll follow you, dude. You take point. I'll back you up.
This will end well.
You guys get about 5 feet away from them, and 3 of them, and they go back to they're like kind of practicing. What would you like to do?
I turned to Vajra. I'm like, was that beatboxing?
Beat hissing. It's like snake jazz.
Beat hissing. Cool.
Snake jazz.
I'm a little intimidated by them now, bro.
I am too. It's okay.
Should we just practice our song, or do we want to go through with this?
I kind of am curious what they might try to do to us. You know, if we actually provoke a fight with them, then it might knock them out of the entire thing.
What about that? Makes sense. Instead of the slipperiness, we get them kicked out.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay. How?
I think, dude, if you just be yourself, I think something will happen.
Oh, thanks, bro.
Dude, just follow your heart. I will literally be right behind you.
Okay.
And dude just barrels over, just right at them, slaps one of them on the back, and is like,
don't get in the sun much, huh?
So 5 of them look really offended, and they're like, we're vampires. Like, we cannot even go in the sun. If you knew anything about vampires, you would know that.
I didn't, but I guess we're not going to the beach.
Why would we go to the beach? It doesn't make any sense. We're vampires.
We could go to the beach at night under the moonlight and the starlight. That could be pretty cool.
You see that one of them looks and goes, I told you. And the other ones are like, yeah, but still not safe. What if you fall asleep?
I'll wake you up, bro.
Who are you guys anyway? Nobody talks to us. We're kind of focused on our stuff.
We are the Flaming Ichor, and we could not help but admire your elegant hissing.
Ooh, roll persuasion or...
Oh, I'll go persuasion if that's an option. Oh, almost dropped a die, but I didn't. All right, 14 plus 6. So
Oh my God.
that's a dirty 20.
Twinkles in their eyes begin to sparkle and start to sparkle. And they're like, oh, thanks. We've been practicing for a really long time. One of the guys is still like...
Sick beat, bro. Where's your drum?
That one's not talking.
Where's your drum?
He's like,
yo, is he talking and I can't hear?
It's a form of vampire sign language. Yes.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah.
I swear I remember the bouncer dude saying you need to have instruments to be in this competition, right?
they look at each other, and it looks like they've got some pipes. One has like a saw thing, and there's like a barrel, and they're like,
Oh, then what's the mouth thing about? Are we talking through music? I'm lost, man. Help me out.
But the other guy's like, that's what he makes those noises. That's his thing. He doesn't really say much, but like he can make those cool beats.
Is it because you don't know how to play actual music?
He looks at you and he's like,
And I take out 2 sticks and I just match that beat except harder.
awesome. So roll me a performance as they start to jam with you.
19.
Oh,
Nice. You have made new friends.
Yeah.
The whole group.
As the beat goes, I'm gonna start kind of doing a little bit of overlay, a little bit of lyrics, like just like adding not beatboxing, but kind of singing to back them up as well.
Nice.
Love
Roll
it.
me performance.
Did our band just double in size?
Got a 14.
Awesome. You sound pretty good. And you guys are having a nice time. You make yourselves a bunch of vampire friends. And they're like, we're not even going to kill you. You guys are pretty great.
Yo, we're not going to kill you either.
You're undead. You're already dead. We couldn't kill you if we wanted to.
Did we do
gonna
what we
like-
were supposed to do?
I'm gonna lean over to the dude, kind of bring Kino and Harith over, and be like, okay, crazy idea. What if we combined this beatboxing vampire crew in with our band and we try and win all together? It's either that or we stake them in the back. I'm kind of torn which way we go, but it could be an interesting thing.
If we combined bands, we would be splitting the 1,000 gold prize between more people. And that is not my preference.
That is absolutely correct. However, I think that they're probably pretty good, and we don't know if we're going to win just on our own merits alone. However, if we win this one, I think it's going to propel us a little bit forward. We weren't even invited to this open mic. We just kind of stumbled upon it, unfortunately. So it could be a really good promo piece for us. Kind of
That is true. Our band is not very skilled.
So the other thing we have to consider, but Harith's right. If we add more people to the band, we do have to split the pool. What about that other band? And I look at the goblins. What are they doing? So Kino takes a look at, what instruments they have, what their general band genre is.
They have weapons.
Do they play weapons? Like playing a saw?
Yeah.
Cool.
They're fully playing their weapons, using them and the shield. But they actually, well, let's see. They don't sound very good. They're really excited to be there, though.
Aw.
And they seem to have drummed up, 20 gold pieces each.
Drummed up. I see what you did there.
Kino looks at the band and goes, okay, I think we're good bonding, but that's going to be a group vote. We all should vote whether we want this formation to happen. They may not even want it, but let's take a vote. Vajra, what do you think? We should bond or stay separate?
Man, the hissing beatboxing vampires it just sounds epic. I think we should do it.
Okay, dude, what do you say?
Am I getting replaced?
Absolutely not, dude.
No.
No one would ever replace you.
Then
No
I'm
one,
in.
I come in, I give my big bro hug. I'm like, don't
Thanks,
let your head
brother.
go there. Don't let your head go
Okay.
there, dude.
I think it's really cool, and Kino can just get more money whenever we need it. So
Kino cringes. I'm like, not how economy works, but it's okay. Harith, what do you say?
I agree with Vajra that the chances of us winning on our own merit are low. And as such, I think we should join bands and change our name to Flaming 8-Inch Steak Dripping with Ichor.
it's
Enthusiastic.
gonna be
Yes.
hard to put
I
on the
like
list.
that. I like that.
Awesome.
You know, one night only until we decide that we actually want to officially merge. So it sounds like everybody who's in, say aye.
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 Me.
All right, that's it. Let's form this combination band. Yes.
All right, you guys turn to them, and they've gone back to beatboxing as you've all team huddled and are having this conversation. How do you approach them with this idea?
So I'm gonna look over dude, be like, dude, let's have our music speak for us. I think you were really on a roll when you were going in with, matching their beat. Let's just organically let this happen. So you start playing your beat, I'll start singing. Harith can then jump in too, and so can Kino. And before they know it, we will just all be a group.
Gotcha, bro.
So, dude takes out some sticks, little tiny drum, and just loudly says,
Shame we don't have the rest of the music to fill out this new song.
and just starts playing a beat.
Awesome. And then, so you and Vajra have already begun, like you've already rolled. So let's have Harith and Kino roll as well.
All right.
And while you guys are
Performance, right?
rolling, performance, please. You hear from the other room, the crowd goes quiet and it sounds like an MC is out there. Hello and welcome. Welcome one and all to the Feisty Monk, the very first open mic night. You've seen some wonderful shows tonight. We have a couple left. Up next is 8-Inch Steak. So you guys are now dropping your beats. What was your roll, Harith and Kino?
16.
I rolled a natural 20.
Oh my God.
Ooh.
I think we just won a Grammy.
Or their predecessor, our grandma.
There you go.
You guys are so silly. Oh my goodness. You guys, they start matching your beat and they're like, you guys are really good. You guys are really, really good. We're up right now though.
Bro,
Like so.
we are good.
Got a crazy idea. I'm going to put everything I got into my persuasion and charisma here. Crazy idea. You know, we did not conceive of this originally, but what if this one-time performance, and maybe we'll do it again later if we want, we band together and just rock this house. You guys have something really unique going with this whole vampiric undead feel with your beatboxing. We're a little bit more of a traditional rock band. We could hybridize, come together, and give this audience something they have never imagined possible.
They're like, you know what? Yeah, let's do it. You guys are so much fun to jam with. I really think we can improv some really cool stuff up there. Let's do it. And so a lot of you go out, you make your way past the bouncer, you make your way backstage, you set yourselves up on stage, and the MC, this tall, very flamboyant elven man with, he looks like something from the Hunger Games, just like really, really out there, and pinks and whites and golds. And he's like, that's so many more vampires than I expected.
Harith offers helpfully.
It's like, okay, 8-Inch Steak, here we go. And 1 and 2, and the curtain opens up. And as the curtain opens up, you see an explosion on the other side. The balcony falls down, and it looks like people are blown off the ends. And they're screaming. People are getting up. The spotlight is on you, which is, it's kind of like blinding. There's just lots of silhouettes. And then you hear running from behind you, and then you hear click, 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 and boom, the entire backstage blows up, and you guys just see white hot light, and your skin starts to burn, and then everything goes black. And your sight is, all you can see is the end of Vajra's sword, and it starts to glow. And suddenly you guys are back in front of the feisty monk. You've walked up, and there's a line out the door and a Minotaur bouncer in the front.
I don't want to like harsh anyone's day, but did I drink something weird last night, or
You did, and yet that wasn't the cause of what just happened. Yeah,
you were there too? Okay.
Yes,
okay.
yes. I think we all had this experience. Yeah. So wild. I say we go back in and potentially try to find the cause of this explosion. This seems to be quite the situation.
I'd say.
Vajra, why did I see your sword?
So luckily I have a sword of warning, and so my guess is that it was trying to tell us of this danger by infusing itself with magical power. I don't know. We could hypothetically try and use the sword near the source of where we saw those initial explosions to alert us to potentially what the cause was.
Why did it warn us after?
That's a very good question. That's a very good question. It could be a very powerful, whatever occurred could be more powerful than my sword, or at least as it's currently manifested here now.
Vajra, roll me Arcana.
Oh, I got a 2 + 1, so that's a 3.
Cool.
You've heard of the word Arcana.
And you can't spell it.
Well, okay, question. Yesterday, today, last night, whatever it's called, was kind of cool. Do we do that again, or do we try something different?
I have an idea. So it seemed like we made some real rapport with the vampires. They, I'm sure, don't want to be exploded either. We could maybe try and talk to them initially and convince them that something is about to happen, or even see if they had a similar experience.
Okay.
If they don't remember, it may appear that we are the ones who planted the explosion.
This is a good point. This is a good point.
I believe we should search for the cause of the explosion and educate ourselves first.
Devil's advocate, whatever that means. Is there a chance we should just not go into the pub?
I mean,
this is the wisest suggestion I have ever heard you make.
You've ever made, dude.
I mean, dude, like, as true as that is, we can avoid the entire thing and just find a casino somewhere. We also could stand to gain allies and gain a lot more money, especially if we assume the moneylender is still there. Harith and I pull our trick. We already know what to expect. It just makes things a lot easier for us to try it. We don't have anything to lose.
Does anyone have anything from yesterday still on them?
Do I still
check my
have the
pouches.
20 gold?
No.
Ah, dang it.
Dang it.
That's why I'm hungry.
Yeah. Well, dude, you may want to go in and do that trick again. It sounds like a Vajra, dude, you'll have to start leading the way. Get us in there.
Let's do it. I think here it's right. Let's investigate. Let's investigate.
What could go wrong? Let's go for it.
All right. You guys approach the Minotaur. Murphy, the Minotaur, has his little name tag right there. He's got his red rope, his clipboard. Who walks up to him?
I'll go first, and I assume we're just going to kind of roll with what we did before. Hey, we're on the list. Flaming Icker, we're one of the performers tonight for your open mic. Super excited to be here, and without further ado, if you let us in, we'll be happy to perform.
Performance, Flaming Icker.
Prestidigitation.
Cool. you led with all of that, so he's just going to look at it. Dude, please make me an Arcana check to see how well you can navigate that little signature.
Nat 20.
No way! Awesome. He's like, oh, cool. Yes, right here. Fine. Yeah. Go in. And he unhooks the thing, and you guys make your way into the tavern. The tavern is busy, and there's a house band playing. Everyone's excited and half drunk. There's the Solomon, the bartender behind the bar. There's 2 waiters, a boy, a young man, and a young woman. They look related. There's a whole row of nobles, and there's groups of people mingling and such.
Harith is gonna like march over and start inspecting like under the balcony, wherever it seems like that explosion may have come from.
Roll investigation.
10.
Cool. It looks like a balcony. It looks like you're looking underneath. People around you are like, the hell is she doing?
I return to the party and explain that it is a normal balcony, and either it spontaneously combusted or the explosive device is not yet planted.
That also tells me that someone hasn't come in quite yet and hasn't done anything either. So we don't even know what the motive is.
This is true. Do we want to try and get our 20 gold first,
On it.
before we start investigating?
I'll go get it. And
Okay.
dude just walks over to those people at that table, grabs a beer, throws it on him, and then prestidigitation and cleans his shirt.
At the same time that you do that, it looks like the waiter also has bumped into him and spilled. He looks up, he's like, my word, what's just happening? This is ridiculous. And the gentleman, the fighter with the purple tattoo goes, huh? And he's just drinking his ale. The waiter looks really nervous, and he looks at you and is like, oh, do I need to get you another drink too?
Well, I cleaned his clothes, and I'm like, yes.
Okay, I'm so sorry. And he walks away.
I just turn back to Vajra and I go, we're in.
He's like, why would you do such a thing? Explain yourself, young man.
I'll walk in and be like, honestly, I think that my companion here saw that waiter was about to spill on you. We could tell he's been having a really hard day, on the verge of tears. And, dude just wanted to make him not look bad, knowing you were going to get dirty anyway, and knowing he could clean you up.
That.
See, none of that makes any sense. Harith and Kino, a young male waiter walks up to you. Can I get you anything to drink?
No.
I'm good, thank you.
Okay. He walks off. Dude and Vajra. So you were there with Mert, and he's like, what do you want? What can I help you with?
So,
Harith is lurking and waiting for him to be very distracted.
I'm gonna. So, have you heard of anyone potentially having any ill will towards this event, towards the organization? We're just curious. We're performance here. We're really excited about the vampire beatboxing crew. We super stoked on them. However, wondering if there's anything maybe amiss.
Did you hear of anything? That sounds like a very strange question. Are you detectives? Are you investigators? Oh, let me tell you, back in my day, I was quite the adventurer. I met quite a few investigators in my time. How can I help you? Do you need me to fight with you?
Would never say no to a potential ally. I would say keep an eye open, see if there's anything strange. Just something inside of me just is getting a weird feeling. So if you see anything amiss, and he points over towards the balcony, which is also away from where Harith is, so Harith can kind of swoop in from behind. He kind of puts his arm around. Something about this balcony. I can just feel it deep down.
Kino goes over to Dude and just says, "Please try to get him to laugh, so I can do my thing."
Dude goes, knock knock.
Oh, what? Who's there?
Oh man, that was a hard one. I don't know.
He chuckles, 3 chuckles.
All right, I can't. Tasha's hideous laughter.
He completely fails, and he's trying to talk to Vajra, and it's like the VIP, the shadow fell. Oh no, why am I laughing? And he's just like cry laughing.
I kind of look at Harith and just go.
Harith rubs their hands together, tries to do better than last time. Sleight of hand, right?
Yeah.
24.
Holy moly.
Yes.
Roll me 2d20, please.
2d20?
2d10. My goodness.
Okay.
2d10. I got a little excited.
I mean, I'll take the 2d10. I mean, the 2d20. Ooh, much better than last time again. 12. No, wait, more. It's actually, I was looking at the 9 upside down. It's 15.
You have 150 gold pieces.
Yes.
You know, I have managed to steal 20 gold pieces.
Perfect. I go over to Solomon. I pay the fee.
He's like, oh, yes, well, usually, it's 20 gold pieces per person, but, and you're going to look at him with that mom eye. Go ahead and make me a persuasion or intimidation.
Yeah, we're going to go with persuasion. You're kidding me. I rolled a natural 20. It's a total of 30.
He goes, but you know what? Why don't you keep the 20? You guys are very entertaining. And yeah, just, the green room's right there. I'll be right back. And he leaves to go into the crowd.
Yes, I tell everyone we are ready to go into the green room. They're ready for us. And I go over to Harith and said, I can't believe I got to keep my 20.
You did?
I'll be waiting for you in the green room.
That's exceptional. I will take my share of the 20 back.
Amazing.
So-
Shall we?
So I'm gonna lean in the group, be like, so he just went off into the crowd. Something we heard about a VIP section in Shadowfell. Before we go into the green room, should we potentially explore a little bit more? Should we maybe go track him down, see where he seemed to have left in quite a hurry?
Okay.
I mean, there were 2 explosions happening, right? One in the back and one front.
One in the back, yeah. One back behind us where we were. So I'd probably prefer to not be near that when it went off again. And then another, it seemed like from the balcony, the VIP section.
Well, I doubt it was the vampires because they were on stage with us. So could it be the goblins?
I don't know, or maybe someone's trying to kill the vampires. I'm just throwing ideas out here. I don't know, but I'm wondering if maybe we go up into the VIP section and see what's up there.
I'm in, bro.
All right.
I agree. Also, VIP sections often have free food and drink.
And
That is
potentially
completely
more
fair.
purses to steal. So
Yes.
let us go.
All right. Alex, idea.
You guys make your way over and you see a group of gaggling girls that are halflings fangirling out at the bottom of the stairs about the Shadowfell. And Harith, you now recognize this is the boy band, the Shadowfell. And as you even think the word Shadowfell, they all in unison flow their hair off to the side.
Harith,
Whoa.
it's like a wave of sparkly anime energy flows through the crowd, and it just like smacks Harith in the face, and they just shake it off.
Huh.
And
That was
the
amazing.
Shadowfell are the judges, correct?
Yes.
Just-
Excellent.
Oh, they are? The boy band is the judges?
Yes.
Oh. This dawns on Harith and is disappointing news. We will need haircuts.
Oh,
What?
no one touches the dude's mane.
Why?
Well,
What do
look
we
at the judges.
Okay.
It is well documented that one must try to make oneself similar to another when the another is judging oneself.
Huh.
I'm lost.
I mean, I get it. That's... Huh.
I walk up to one of the screaming girls and say, "Excuse me, will you give me a makeover?"
She's like, Now, are you going to roll intimidation or persuasion?
Is there a difference with her?
That's a good question. I was trying to determine. I think it's probably intimidation. More because Harith does not see any need to try to persuade them. Just
Yeah,
that they
go
will
for
do
it.
That 17.
Ooh, nice. At first, the girl's like, huh? And then but you're kind of standing there with your Shatterkai awesomeness. And behind you is like up on the balcony, because she's shorter than you, is the Shadowfell. And she looks and sees like, oh, yeah. So it'll take about a minute for you to get a very brief makeover, 2 minutes to get a pretty decent makeover. How long would you like to spend here?
Just for more context, Harith is wearing extremely utilitarian black fitted robes / work clothing, and has jet black hair that is parted exactly in the center and pulled back as tight as possible into a bun. No, like completely monochromatic, no color, no frills, no nothing. So we'll probably need the maximum time for makeover.
All right, 2 minutes. Like this one turns and starts like pulling stuff out of her bag. Another one starts to notice, and they kind of like slowly get you to kneel down so that they can actually like really get on you. And they take out your bun and they start combing it out, and you see that they're like mending the broken ends and like doing all this other stuff with some magic prestidigitation, some minor illusion. And while that's 2 minutes happening, what is everyone else doing while you're getting a makeover?
I have a disguise kit, so I'm watching the makeover that's happening to Harith and trying to imitate that as closely as possible so that they're not having to wait on me.
Cool. All right. Dude and Vajra.
I'm just feeling pretty good about his blue spikes. And goes, dude, I think we've got it covered. I think, I think we're good on appearances. I say you and I go up into the VIP section and see what we can find out.
Dude pulls his hair out of a ponytail that he had put in and was like, yeah, okay. Let's
Cool.
go.
You guys, the girls, the gaggle of girls are distracted. So you make your way past them up into the VIP. And there are 2 half-orc bouncers up there. And they're like,
Excellent. We are the Flaming Ichor. We are performers here. We'd like to go up into our VIP section. Thank you. Thank you.
This is the judges VIP section. And if you're working, you can't mingle with the judges, can't influence their their decision.
Oh, but the judges are friends of ours and they said we could.
Yeah, you and everyone else, buddy.
No, but like seriously.
Roll me persuasion at disadvantage.
No, but like seriously is persuasion.
It's about as good as it gets.
Yeah.
Oh, one of them didn't hit I didn't drop it. It just didn't quite hit the rolling area. What does that mean?
Did it end up on the floor?
No.
Good, you're fine.
Do I re-roll that one, or do I say
No.
what it's on?
If it's not a cocked die, then just say it.
Okay. So with disadvantage, that would be 21.
Shut up.
I got a
Are you
17 and a
serious?
13, and I have +8 persuasion.
Oh my gosh.
That's
They look at
amazing.
each other and they're like, oh, but
To be a bard.
but he's serious. Yeah, I mean, that sounds pretty serious to me. And they're like, yeah, but they've got a lot on their minds, but don't talk business, okay? And they let you through. And as you were walking up, Dude walks up, Vajra follows behind. Harith comes walking up the stairs and has like galaxy rainbow colored eyeshadow, just the hottest pink lipstick, rouge that just makes everything look very all of like strange, and just has matching black hair like the Shadowfell.
Harith has no idea what they look like because there was no bother to look in a mirror. It was completely like, please, fangirls, make me look appropriate. And then I left to go upstairs. So I present myself to the bouncers and say, I am a young, desirable fan, and I wish to spend time with the judges.
They're like, what does that mean?
I think she's also with us too. She's also with us.
Oh, she's
in
with
addition
you,
to that.
yeah.
In addition to that, she's also
Harith,
with us.
roll me a perception check as you are now closing in on these judges who are all standing together,
20.
looking. There's something weird about this group. There's a little more color to their face than your kind.
They don't look like Shatterkai to me.
Like they're dressed like Shatterkai, but they kind of look like elves that are dressed like Shatterkai.
I go and sit unceremoniously on one of their laps. Hello,
Oh,
I
this
am
is
your
very
number one
inappropriate.
fan.
That's really what do I do? And they're like, get her off of you.
Now that I have a closer look at their face, do I observe anything else about them?
Oh yeah, that's black hair dye. They've got blonde like roots like on the sides here, and they've got makeup that makes them more pale. But it's like now that you got that close-up look, that those are just elves.
Why are you dressed like a Shatterkai?
Because we're Shatterkai. We're the Shadowfell.
Is being Shatterkai somehow trendy now?
Wait, what? No, it's just who we are. It's just who we are. Get off of me. And he like kind of pushes you. Oh, he's gonna try to push you. That is a 19 to push you off of his lap. You can either stand or fall. It's up to you.
I have a plus 11 to acrobatics, so I imagine that I like tumble gracefully to my feet and then with steepled fingers just kind of like walk.
You guys are standing up there and you're beginning this conversation. You hear, welcome everyone to the Feisty Monk. This is the first annual open mic night. Next up, we have 8-inch steak.
Harith leans over to the party and says, these are imposters. They are not the Shadowfell, I believe, or the Shadowfell are fake Shatterkai, but I would like to yell imposters and see what happens.
Go for it.
Imposters!
They all look at you. One of them is like,
One of them?
These are not Shatterkai!
it's like, that is just rude. And you look down, a bunch of people are looking up at you guys. You see that the bartender's still not behind the bar. And you see back in the distance that Agent Steak is walking onto the stage.
No. I was going to do something. I changed my mind.
Fire! Everybody run!
Roll me persuasion.
Oh my God.
You see the curtains open as you say this.
8.
And they're cool. The girls at the bottom of the VIP, they're like, oh no, what? And some of them are like, I don't smell any fire. The lights dim and the spotlights emerge, and there's the vampires, and the vampires start to beatbox. What would you guys like to do during this performance?
By my count, the explosion is about to happen. As such, I would like to leave the balcony immediately.
Okay, so I think we have an option. We can either leave and not be destroyed by this explosion, or we could hypothetically take this opportunity to do something that we wouldn't normally be able to do and get away with if we're caught in the blast and then restart. That assumes that the blast even is going to go off in the first place.
And that we would regenerate after dying.
True.
Which could be a one-time thing.
True.
Dude pulls out his hand axe.
So
Which
meanwhile,
one is the... Sorry, go ahead.
No, that's okay. So meanwhile, Kino hasn't gone upstairs because he hasn't been stopped by the guards, but he's downstairs, not looking quite like Harith. everything is like very third-hand version of what Harith looks like right now. So just straw hair, clown makeup for the around the eyes, and basically cherry lip balm around the mouth. That's as close as it would be. But he realizes that Solomon is nowhere to be found. It's like, wait a minute. So he tries to go outside, try to see if Solomon is anywhere out there.
All right. You peek your head out the front and you don't see him there. You turn back around. Roll me a perception check.
Okay. Perception is 16.
Cool. You see the waiters, the girls walking around. The light is really low. You see the guy walking around, and you think you see that same male waiter on the other side, and the band starts to perform, and they start to beatbox, and they start to sing. For centuries, you see, we take a bite to appease all those longing ladies and the luscious fantasies. For there ain't no life like a vampire life. No, there ain't no party like a Count Strahd party. For he's a granddaddy of the Shark Fame party, and a party like that don't stop. And everyone cheers, and suddenly, boom! This explosion happens underneath the balcony. Those of you on the balcony, you're slow motion in just floating. Parts of you are. At the same time, you see that the end of Vajra's sword has been glowing. And as you look at one another, it seems to be encasing you in this protective field. Kino, you look up, that happens across from you, that explosion happens, and it kind of blows you back, and you see your hands like this, and that blue light from Vajra's sword seems to be encasing you, and your existence seems to go black. And then you see the vroom, vroom, vroom from Vajra's sword, and you guys are back outside of the tavern.
It's open mic day.
Harith looks inside their coin purse.
Womp,
Is there
womp,
anything in there?
Vajra, tell us about your sword, because that seems to have brought us back to this scenario. Like, again.
So my rune blade is an artifact from where I come, from another realm. It holds a great many mistress powers. Before I joined this epic rock band with you all, I've been on a quest hunting demons. I can only assume that during this musical diversion that I've been on with you, that it is protecting us so we can try to uncover whatever's happening here. It also may involve the mothers of Mira as a patron from Yonkath and the Shadelands. She could hypothetically also be protecting us. Regardless, I feel like it is probably our responsibility to try and uncover whatever's happening. It seemed like this last blast was underneath the balcony. I'm assuming to destroy our Shadowfell imposter, elven imposters. Potentially the other one to destroy or kill the vampiric beatboxers. I don't know. Should we maybe just immediately enter in and go and just stay underneath or at least one of us stay underneath the balcony to try and see if anyone goes in there? Also, Kino, I think as you had seen, the person who owns this location left and was nowhere to be found. I'm wondering if they too, are involved in this. Potentially, we question them a little bit more intensely, if you know what I'm saying.
I can tell you right now, there was that one male waiter that was kind of roaming around. Harris, they tried to serve us drinks. We didn't take any, but they were in a place that was really suspicious by the time that explosion went off. So we need to figure out what's going on with that male waiter that's roaming around, because I think they might be in on it somehow.
This makes sense.
Why would somebody dress as Shadow Guy?
If they think that it's trendy and cool, that could just be part of their band shtick. Like that could just be their thing.
Either that, or they are not the true band Shadowfell. Does anyone know what Shadowfell actually looks like?
No, I don't listen to Top 40.
I seem to remember on my journeying that they actually are just elves. I'm not 100. Can I roll to remember this correctly?
Yeah, that'd be a history check.
Okay, excellent.
Ancient Milli Vanilli. I love it.
I got a 5 + 1, so that's a 6. No. Okay.
Cool.
Either way, it seems like that they are a target to be taken out. I feel like we can find something underneath this balcony or by interrogating these two people of interest.
I mean, I'm not an explosives expert, I think, but it could be an explosion, like something put there, or it could be magic, right? So if we split up, maybe we should be searching not just the balcony, but what's the word when people do things for a reason?
Motive.
Yeah. That.
Dude,
Let's
I like
find some of that.
So I have a theory, but I think we should start going through the process. Basically, I think if I detain the male waiter from doing anything else, maybe the explosions won't go off. If he's responsible for it. And if I'm wrong, then it's not him, and we at least eliminate a suspect.
Should I try to steal gold again?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. I'll help you with that.
Thank you.
Of course. You're welcome.
Excellent. We go up to the bouncer and inform the we're on the list. We are performers.
What's your name? And he opens it up.
Prestidigitation.
Roll me Arcana for your prestidigitation.
Don't fail me now, lucky dice. I spoke too soon.
No.
Hold on. Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
Things are not looking well. Well, what does an 11 get me?
He's like, what was the name again? And he's kind of takes his thumb and he's like trying to smudge. Nothing's coming off. He's like, it looks like there's a bunch of, I can't read some of these. What was the name again?
That'd be us.
That one right there. That's it. We're great. Got it. That's it.
Roll persuasion, Vajra.
We designed our symbol to look like that to confuse people.
15.
Cool. He looks and he's like, and you're leading him. You're like, see, there's the F and the and he's like, yeah, sure, okay. And you guys walk your way forward into the tavern. The tavern is busy, full of excitement and partly drunk people. There's a house band playing. Solomon is behind the bar. There's the girl waiter. There's the boy waiter, and all the nobles in the back underneath the balcony. And there's a whole, like all the tables, and there's groups of people.
I walk right up to the boy waiter. I'm like,
Why are you so scared?
What? Why would you think that? Does it come across that way?
Yes.
I'm just there's a lot of people here, and we're not staffed right, and I'm very tired.
Okay. And I walk over to the girl and I'm like, why are you so scared?
She's like, excuse me, I am not scared. Why would you think I'm scared? Do you want a drink?
I walk back to the group. I'm like,
I tried.
Thank you, dude. Thank you. So go to the party. What if we take Solomon aside and kind of interrogate him a little aggressively? We can still totally grab some gold and do that, but if there seems like there's a little bit of a time limit on this. Once our stake friends go on, stuff lights up. I mean, if that's going to happen anyway, we're going to come back. We can take a little bit of risk. Let's just kind of low-key kidnap Solomon and see what happens.
I'm good with that.
We could also try to delay the debut of our vampire beatboxing friends in case that is the trigger. I could break their knees.
This is a very good idea.
Or we distract them.
I suppose.
I'm gonna yes and both of these and say and say, it seemed like we had some pretty good rapport with them the first time. I wonder if we try to build some camaraderie and let them know that there is a potential threat on their life. I'm sure that then we try to just bring Solomon in on this as well. And we can see if anyone acts a little suspicious, whether or not it's Solomon, and then make sure that that our vampires just don't go on stage and aren't near that secondary blast zone.
I just want to point out though, also, I was thinking about what happened before the big boom, 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 boom. And I remember like a group of fans running. Like, are we sure they're normal fans or?
I think those that was the gaggle of
gaggle.
halfling girls. Harith, did anything seem any suspicious about them when you had your makeover during our last cycle?
They seemed extraordinarily talented with glitter.
Does glitter explode?
Yes.
Depends on how much you apply, I think. Yeah.
Mhm.
I just want to point out everybody's suspicious.
It is true. It is true that sometimes someone can love someone so much that they want to explode them. Thus, the fans could be a suspect.
Remind me to not get too close to you, Harith.
Right.
Although I don't think that'll be a problem.
Fist bump. So we have a lot of options. Do we just, assuming we get another chance, do we just want to pick one or two this go round?
I mean, if we can all do a thing, we could split up.
I could.
DMs love that.
I know. That's why I'm like, this sounds so wrong, but it's the most efficient way to do this.
Well, I seemed to work with the vampires pretty well last time.
I can
could
track Solomon.
masquerade as a fangirl and become one with that group.
That seems effective.
I'll tell Solomon just to make sure that he's okay if he has to go anywhere.
I think this is a solid plan. Kino, you go with Solomon. Harith, you track the fangirls, and while you're doing it, see if you can get any additional information. Potentially, if anybody means the shadow or the imposter Shadowfell any harm, Dude and I will go and try and persuade our vampire friends to not get on stage by whatever means necessary. We'll try to make friends. If that doesn't work, we'll think of something.
Break their knees,
also
I
try
think,
to-
is the
Right. Yes.
second option. Yeah,
Cool.
cool.
All right. Roll initiative just to see who goes first.
Should we both roll initiative or just one of us for the vampire? Okay.
One of you. One of you. It's fine.
I got a 15.
Let's take yours.
All right. 15. What do we got? Harith and Kino.
Dirty 20.
Oh,
I have a thing where I can add to my initiative.
Nice.
I'm trying to find it. I'm not super familiar with rogues. Hold on.
I believe in you.
Yes, I add my charisma modifier to my initiative rolls as
Nice.
well. So that's 5 plus 7 is 12 plus 2 is 14.
Cool. So it's Kino, Vajra Dude, and Harith. All right, here we go. Kino, you see that Solomon is behind the bar serving drinks.
Hey, Solomon. So
Oh,
how
good to see you. Welcome back. Is it that time of year already?
It is that time of year. I'm just checking to see, how did you set this all up? This looks amazing.
Oh, flyers. It's really cool. Promotion marketing, very, very good for business, apparently.
Mm-hmm. How did you manage to get that big of a pool for this talent show? 20 gold's a little steep.
Well, you know, we're giving away 1,000 gold, so we have to get that money somehow.
Yeah. I'm just checking to see, is everything okay? A lot of your staff seem a little tense right now. More tense than they should be for the flaming monk. Feisty monk.
Yeah, well, you know, we didn't expect to have this many people turn out, but we can't even let people in through the door. We're actually at capacity.
Mm-hmm.
And there's only 2 waiters, so.
Oh, I mean, do you need help? I mean, I'll just I'm going to be back here just helping you, just making sure that you're okay. You are understaffed, so I'm just gonna help out. Just be a bar back.
Perfect. Oh, thank you so much.
Yeah, no problem. And I just use this opportunity to always just keep my eye on Solomon. If for some reason I think he's trying to evade me, I'm gonna cast Hold Person.
Cool. So roll me insight.
Insight. That is also a dirty 20.
Nice.
Wow.
You guys are hot tonight. Today it's daytime. That's fine.
Yeah.
So you're just going to be there behind him, and kind of like walking around him, but that dirty 20 is going to take you into your next scene.
Okay.
All right, Vajra and Dude. You see that the bouncer is there in front of the green door.
Excellent. Gonna walk up. Bouncer, sir, we're excited to go on stage. We're gonna head on to the green room. Thanks for keeping it open for us.
Hold on, only performers can come back here.
Right. We've
And my
already
name is
signed-
Grok.
Grok, my man. We've already been signed up with Solomon. We're good to go. I think we're gonna be on pretty soon. I really.
What's your name?
We are the Flaming Icker.
Flaming Icker. And Kino, you see the bartender is like, they're not scheduled for today. And Grok's like, got it. Hey man, you don't get special privileges. You got to get back into the crowd. Only the performers who are paid to be here are supposed to be back there. And this is my job. And he kind of like gets big and he kind of really stands his steadfast in front of the door.
We forgot a step.
We forgot to get the gold.
Question: Who is Grok talking to in the staff? Is it someone who I can see?
It's Solomon.
It's Solomon. Let me. I will use that time to talk to Solomon. Solomon.
Yeah.
I think I know what the rest of my band is doing. We know that you're understaffed. Can they just go to the green room just to make sure that your performance is handled? Because there's so many people out here. Just make sure that they're back there to make sure that they get the help that you need, because you cannot be everywhere at once.
This is true. Roll me persuasion.
Got it. Persuasion. That is a 23.
Oh my gosh. It's like, I really appreciate this help. Yeah, just let him on through. And he's like, I'm sorry for being rude. Go on in. And he opens the door and you guys
don't worry about it.
Go in there. And in front of you, there is a band practicing. It is a bunch of vampires. And off to the corner, it looks like a bunch of goblins with armor and weapons.
Dude walks up right to the vampires and smacks him on the back like, hey again.
Wait, excuse me, what?
Oh, missed another step. How did we do it before?
We're practicing. If you guys could just leave us alone, we'd like to practice. We're up next.
Lay down a sick beat, man. You got this.
Got it.
And I just immediately pull out the drumsticks and just start going.
All right, roll performance.
20. Dirty.
Oh my God. You guys start to jam. Vajra, are you participating as well?
Oh, absolutely.
Roll performance as well.
Absolutely.
As
Dude. I got an 11.
Cool. They're not as impressed with you. But Dude seems to catch on and like throw a beat down even louder and faster and kind of like solos out of it. And they're like, oh, okay, cool. And the lot of you are beatboxing your way to friendship. Cut
like
to Harith.
I walk up just and stand kind of in the middle of the gaggle of fans staring at them and say, wow, aren't they the epitome of desirable artists?
Yeah, I mean, totally like the best. Oh my God. And then three of them just start crying because they're so excited. And then two of them behind you, they're like, you're in our way. You're too tall.
I wish I were shorter. Yes. Do they look normal to you? Do they look identical to their pictures or paintings you've seen of them before?
Oh, we follow them everywhere. That's exactly the same as they always are.
I see.
It's their branding.
I see. And they are Shatterkai?
Yeah.
Wow, I worship them.
Roll me a perception check.
Nat 20.
Oh, awesome. Beautiful. You look up, you look over at them, you roll your eyes, and as you're rolling your eyes, you see that there's the female waiter and the male waiter, and it looks like there's the male waiter. It looks just like him, but he's closer to you, and he's just bumped into the Mert the moneylender, and there's a big to-do happening. And he goes, "Oh, I'm so sorry, excuse me." And then he turns and is doing something in the shadows behind him.
There's two identical male waiters. Oh, interesting. And I can't see what he's doing in the shadows?
Not this far away. You're probably 20 feet away from him.
And
there's a lot of people here as well. This place is packed.
I tell my new friends, I must urinate. Be right back. I pretend I'm going to find the bathroom, but I go closer so that I can see what he's doing.
Cool. How would you like to approach?
As though I'm looking for a bathroom. So I'm like not looking at him, but I'm like,
All right, roll me stealth, please.
I like stealth. That's a 29.
Amazing. So you get pretty close. There's a pillar that's holding up the balcony, a wooden one, and you kind of look over and you see that he's hunched over and he puts his hand up on the wall, and there's something's kind of like and like kind of leaves his hand, and just for a second you see this like weird, almost like a translucence go into the wall and crawl up the wall. 3 of them, and then they disappear as if they were invisible.
I walk right up to him and say, "What was that?"
He goes, "Oh, I'm so sorry. I was just feeling a little sick. I'm so sorry."
No, the three translucent
I don't know what you're talking about. That was I was just trying to brace myself. I wasn't feeling very well. It's yeah.
I will report you to the authorities if you do not tell me what that was. I try to intimidate him.
Awesome. Roll intimidation.
24.
Keep those dice.
Ooh.
Yeah, I guess so.
Nice.
That's the good one.
Yeah. He's like, I'm really sick, and I've got this skin condition, and I'm not really, I must be off now. And he starts to back up into the crowd.
I try to look him in the eyes. I'm like, "Are you stupid or lying? I do not understand. I saw something come out of your hand."
Cool. His eyes flicker red, and you see a smirk on his face as his face seems to change, and he goes into the crowd.
"Fire! Everyone run!"
Solomon and Kino hear that, and they both look up.
And I point to the guy that's trying to disappear into the crowd. "This is where the fire comes from." And I'm pointing at him.
I cast Hold Person.
Awesome. Now hold person has to be within line of sight, correct?
Yes. Oh, let me
Cool.
double check.
Um,
Yes, I think so.
What it looks like to you, about 40 feet away, is Harith pointing into the crowd, and there's like a whole wall of people in front of the two of you. So the two, yeah.
That's gonna be hard. Oh, wait a minute. Does it look like the male
Kino.
waiter?
Not anymore.
Oh crap. Then I won't know who it is.
Yes. So Kino, what do you do?
I look through the crowd and try to see who's darting, who's like moving fast through the crowd, because I think that's who it is.
All right. Roll me survival or investigation or perception.
Okay. I will go with survival, investigation.
Cool.
Ooh, not as high. That is a 7.
Doesn't seem to be enough.
But you are now in the crowd looking around, correct?
Yes. But I'm looking around, but I'm also kind of trying to keep my eye on Solomon just in case. And I can't do both.
With advantage, go ahead and roll me a perception check.
Okay. Oh, wow. Okay. Perception, 17.
You see Solomon go into the crowd, and he's kind of fighting his way through and looking around.
I can't see where Harith was pointing at, so I just tail Solomon because that's the safer route. Make sure
Awesome.
he's protected.
Okay, so you're tailing Solomon. He walks to the back, and it looks like he's about to go back behind the stage. We're gonna cut to Vajra and Dude. You just made new friends. They love hanging out with you. You guys have now jammed to like 3 different songs. They're like, yeah, we feel so good. We're gonna go on there. We're gonna kill it. It's gonna be great.
Oh, wait. Go ahead, brother.
And we're unaware of the commotion that's happening on the main stage, so we're totally oblivious. Okay, cool. So I'm gonna lean in, Dude, be like, dude, we got to make sure that they don't get on stage, so we can maybe tell them that the judges need to talk with them, but we can't let them go towards the back either. Otherwise, they'll be hit by that explosion as well. What do we do to not get these guys on stage?
Question: do we think them being on stage causes the problem, or anyone being on stage causes the problem?
Your guess is as good as mine.
Okay, well, I'm gonna go with the easiest. So I just kind of stand up, and I'm like, because Dude just doesn't ask for opinions. Just kind of stand up, and I'm say to my vampire friends, I'm like, yo, did you know we've been in this competition before? What number are you on the list?
We're next.
Oh no, that's the unlucky spot.
Wait, what?
Yeah. What number? Like, what's the exact number?
Like 17.
Yeah, 18 always wins, 17 always loses.
They look at each other and they're like, are you serious? Is this rigged?
Well, I don't know, man. I don't know what that word is, but every time.
They look really disappointed. And they're like, that's not even fair to lose before we even try out.
Wait.
It's just not fair.
Wait, Fangy Bros. Why don't you ask to switch with the little green people?
They all look over, and the green people are like, they're like, yeah, I guess.
And then we can help, and we'll help close out the show together.
We'll play together. It'll be fantastic.
Awesome. They walk up to the goblins, and the goblins are like,
Everybody hisses in this room.
That's why they're last. You can all communicate. So, do you guys want to go before us? And they're like, yeah. They look over at you and they're like,
do it.
The goblins, they go rushing out, and the bouncer out there is like, whoa, you're not up yet. And they're like, he's like, oh, okay. And he does this and says some words, and then behind the stage you hear the MC is like, wait, Fallen Healer's up next? Oh, that's okay, fine. I'll have to course correct. And then he goes on to stage and says, oh, everyone, welcome. So glad you're here at the Feisty Monk. It's our very first of many open mic nights. Up next, there's the Fallen Healer. Yay! Well, they'll be up very soon. Thank you very much. And they walk off stage.
Huh. Did we just save everything or what?
I don't know. I have a feeling that once those vampires get on stage, things are going to go poorly. We can either level with them and tell them that their lives may be in danger, but they may not listen to us.
Kneecaps?
Yeah, we can try to persuade. Let's try to persuade, and then see. The thing is, it's only just you and I. We're separated from the rest of our party members. If we get into a confrontation with them, it may end poorly. Who knows?
Okay. Sounds good to me.
All right, I'm gonna lean into the lead vampire and just summon all of the charisma that I have and say, so I think that something's wrong here. We've been interacting with the owner of the establishment. We've had some weirdness, just some very strange. Is anybody? Does anyone mean you any ill harm? Is there any like anti-vampire, prejudice going on? Some gotta level with us. We're really trying to help you out.
Their faces kind of sink and they're like, there is a problem. A lot of people really, they look down on vampires. They say, you're just bloodsuckers and you're going to kill my family. But it's not just like, you don't go out just killing everyone. It's really a misconception. One bad egg really ruins it for the rest of us. And they start going on the spiel about like vampire racism and how much it sucks. And they're just people who have to feed on living creatures to survive. But like, how is that different than, cattle? And they kind of go on this thing for they're going on for a couple minutes at this point.
Anybody that doesn't like you like explosives?
They look at each other and they're like, oh.
I tried my best.
We have a very strong lead that there may actually be a threat to your lives at this venue, and I'm just trying to look out for you. I think we should go at least talk to the owner of the establishment while this current band is playing, and if it turns out to be nothing, you can always get back on stage. But
you guys are so good. We're so glad that we made friends with you guys. Yeah, we'll wait right here and let us know what happens. Okay.
I think you should come with us. I think it would, if we move in force and if you just stay as far away from that stage as physically possible, I think that would be the way to go.
Road trip.
Okay. Cool. I guess we can like mingle, maybe sign some autographs or something.
Yeah.
And so a lot of you guys leave. You see the goblins walk backstage. And we are going back to Harith.
Satine, I'm gonna step away just real fast for a second. Sorry, I'll be right back.
Yeah. Harith.
I guess Harith is charging through the crowd, looking for the waiter and trying to get everybody else to disperse, like yelling fire and saying run for your life and all that kind of stuff.
All right. Go ahead and roll me. So here's the thing. You saw the guy's face change from the waiter. You look over, you see the waiter who is on by the bar, the normal waiter by the bar, the one that you interacted with gave you this smirk and eyes went red and like folded back into the crowd. So roll me with advantage, persuasion, intimidation, deception, for your fire to get people to move. And also, where are you corralling them to?
So I think I'm more just trying to get them to get out of my way because this changing person disappeared into the crowd. So I'm trying to go exactly the direction I saw them disappearing and get everybody else to move.
Perfect.
So I'm really not trying to corral them. I'm just trying to be like, leave. So I'll use intimidation because I'm trying to create fear.
Perfect. Go ahead and roll it.
Natural 1.
No.
I ran out of luck. I used it all up.
You now can no longer move forward except for you turn and bump into Kino.
Fire. Wait,
Fire.
Never mind.
Oh, Harith. And I turn my eyes towards Solomon. Let's make sure that he's safe. Where's the guy that you pointed at?
He changed appearance and went into the crowd.
Crap. We may have to get him our next go around, but let's see where Solomon goes, just in case.
Everyone seems so confident we will not just die on any one given go round.
I mean, if we die, are we going to complain? Because we're dead.
I will complain.
Okay, I won't. Let's track Solomon.
All right, both of you roll stealth, please.
Okay.
25.
Perfect.
14.
Nice. Kino, you have no idea where Harith went, but you feel confident this is a normal thing, and you follow Solomon back behind the stage, and you see that he's arguing with somebody.
Oh, who is he arguing with? Or can I see who he's arguing with.
It's very dark. Do you have dark vision?
I do not have dark vision.
Uh,
Um,
do either of you have dark vision?
Harith does, I believe. I'm double checking, but I am
I
almost
think
positive.
Shatterkai do.
Yeah.
oh, but I do have prestidigitation, and it allows me to instantly create a small light.
Awesome. Just very briefly, it looks like the waiter's outfit, but now it's like a redhead, and there's it's a little bit older, and it's a little hunched over, and looks they're arguing, and they're starting to move. Please roll me perception checks, both
Okay.
of you.
20.
I'm
Nice.
gonna roll my inspiration because that was really low. Okay, well, that is an 11.
All right. Well, with the 20, you notice that there's 6 imps behind the stage, and they've got stuff in their arms, and they go underneath the stage, and it looks like they're doing something down there.
Those must be explosives.
I cast Thunder Wave
Nice.
to
Okay.
just kind of knock them out of their socks.
Awesome. So you cast Thunderwave, and you hear clang, clang, clang as you boom, and then the things that they had in their arms, they drop. Any of them that were not under the stage get blown under the stage. And Dude and Vajra, you hear boom. I believe Thunderwave is something you can hear from very far away.
Yes.
Am I correct? So
yeah, I believe so.
you hear you see a bunch of people, Vajra and Dude, like looking around, like, what was that? People start to stand up. They're getting nervous. You look back, the vampires are all clutching each other.
Good. I'm going to, as I'm talking to the vampires, I'm going to cast Mage Armor on myself and say, this is exactly what I was talking about. We need to stick together, and we need to find out what this threat is. Vampire brothers, are you with us?
The one in the back saw.
Let's go.
Excellent. We rush in to rejoin our group.
Awesome. So the 4 of you are standing there. We'll say Vajra and Dude, you're 25 feet away from Harith and Kino. And Harith and Kino, you're about 15 feet away from Solomon and this imposter waiter. And they're starting to tussle. One of the imposter has he pulls from behind him something that's really shadowy, and it's like, it looks like a blade, but it also is translucent, and he goes to stab Solomon.
I'd like to cast Hold Person before he does that.
All right, so go ahead and cast it. What is that, a save?
That is a wisdom saving throw of 15.
That is a 16. There's a 15 on the die. He's got a +1. But that was a 16, and he goes to stab. That's and that hits, and it just like digs it into Solomon. Solomon's holding like this. The MC's like, now we have Fallen Healer, and the goblins are all excited. You hear boom from across the tavern, and people are screaming. There is no explosion underneath you, and yet your vision goes black, and there's this blue veil around you, and everything goes dark. You see, boom, 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 and you guys are back out front.
Well, wasn't the vampires.
No. So I'll go to Kino and Harris. What did you learn on this last experience?
What I've learned is following Solomon, that Solomon got into an argument with a bunch of imps and the imposter waiter, and he had this like weapon that he was about to stab Solomon with, and as soon as that flashed, we kind of all came back here. So there were a lot of imps, but I managed to clear them away. So something is happening there, but we knew that it seems like stabbing Solomon kind of triggered that whole event.
Protect Solomon, kill the waiter.
Excellent. So I'm hearing an explosion under the stage with imps. Was there anything having to do with the balcony?
Not from my end, I can't tell.
It is the real band Shadowfell. That is all I learned.
Excellent. those silly band members. Did we understand what potentially caused the explosion? You mentioned something about an imposter waiter, and he disguised himself.
Yes, I forgot. There were two waiters who looked exactly alike, and one of them put some sort of spell or creature or something into the supports of the balcony, and then when I confronted them, disappeared into the crowd.
Excellent. Well, this is fantastic news. We've established when both of the explosive elements are applied. So if we can potentially find that first waiter before he applies the explosives to the balcony, we then can immediately move in and then go get the imps. So if we get that waiter, I think that's the real deal. I say we set a trap. So we get inside, we set a trap for this imposter, lock him down, and then disarm the imps. And there might even be a nice reward for this.
Ooh,
I do like rewards.
We know.
Okay. If you can point out the bad waiter, because you said there's a couple, I'm confused. But if you can point out one of them, I might be able to help prevent them from doing bad stuff.
So I think the cue is, do you remember when we go to Mert, or when the both of you go to Mert and the waiter spills stuff on Mert? It's not that one. It's the other one that approached Harith and I if we wanted drinks. So it's the one that's approaching us. That is
it's not the one that spills. It's not the one that spills the drink.
It's not the one that spills a drink.
Point me at him. Let's go.
Okay,
perfect.
Let's do it.
So
I'm not the only plan. Let me try first and see what happens. Just come up with other plans.
This is a perfect time for us to go on a bio break. So thank you, dear adventurers, for participating in this chaos. We're going to go for a 10-minute break, and those of you at home, I hope you're enjoying this run around. I know I am. When go on your bio breaks and go ahead and donate to Extra Life, as Gary Kahn's charity that we're raising money for this year. And we will see you in about 10 minutes. Thanks, everyone.
Woo.
The scent of sulfur is thick in your nostrils. The stalactites shudder above you as the huge red dragon beast rises from its pile of golden treasure. Something you can only describe as a grin splits its elongated head. Enormous teeth glittering in the dull amber glow from the lava pools. You ready your weapons as it prepares itself to strike. Roll for initiative. Battle is about to be joined. Epic encounters. Turn your RPG up to 11.
The mighty red dragon swoops in over the battlefield. The wind beating from its wings nearly knocks you over. As you stand in its mighty presence, you realize there is no hope for any of you.
Well, I'm out of spells, so I'm just a 10th level dude.
And I'm still unconscious. So if one of you could please go into my bag and get my healing potion, that'd be great.
Then I smash the lizard. Raging, charging, power attack.
Roll your worthless attack. Your pitiful attack glances off the dragon's scale, and it opens its mouth. casting you in the molten glow of its inner heat as it prepares to release its fiery breath upon you all.
Wait, I haven't gone yet.
What weapon could you possibly have to defeat the Great Dragon?
The greatest weapon in all the realm, forged by Norse Foundry to defeat all evil.
No, it can't be.
Take up a fight against evil with the finest weapons in the realm at NorseFoundry.com. And be sure to watch Dragons and Things every Friday night on Twitch.
Hello, I'm Benwin Bronzebottom, celebrity dwarf and video game enthusiast, and this is my sidekick, Crowy.
Hello.
Quiet, you. I'm here to tell everyone about Idle Champions of the Forgotten Realms. It's a Dungeons & Dragons-based strategy game from Codename Entertainment.
It's a management game with an emphasis on formation strategy, where you assemble parties of legendary heroes and send them on adventures through the Forgotten Realms.
Heroes? Crowy, don't you mean champions?
Players unlock legendary champions of the Forgotten Realms, like Dritz Duerden and the Companions of the Hall, Farida and Havilar from the Brimstone Angels saga, and many more. Assemble the best adventuring party possible based on your formation options, champion abilities, and the obstacles and enemies you face.
Or just smash your mouse button repeatedly like I do and hope for the best.
Each champion has an incredible array of skills and items to let you customize your style and play even further.
Farther. Farther means more distant, further is figurative.
Well, I meant more distant, but figuratively.
That's forther.
Well, customize your style even further, because Idle Champions of the Forgotten Realms is available on all your favorite gaming platforms. Steam for PC and Mac, web, Epic Game Store, PlayStation 4 and 5, Xbox One, Xbox Series X, Nintendo Switch, iOS tablets, and Android devices.
Well, let me know when it comes to the BlackBerry. I'm not giving up that phone. It's the only keyboard I can use.
I hear it's coming to the smart fridge next spring.
Have heard tell of a kobold queen with visions of a world made new in fire and rage. Driven by prophecy, she has filled her followers with the raging passion of her cause. Now, you step forth into her burning realm. Dark shapes move among the rising embers. Thick-skinned beasts belch gouts of fire. It's an ambush! Roll for initiative. Battle is about to commence. Epic encounters. Turn your RPG up to 11.
Hello, I'm Benwin Bronzebottom, celebrity dwarf and video game enthusiast, and this is my sidekick, Crowy.
Hello.
Quiet, you. I'm here to tell everyone about Idle Champions of the Forgotten Realms. It's a Dungeons & Dragons-based strategy game from Codename Entertainment.
It's a management game with an emphasis on formation strategy, where you assemble parties of legendary heroes and send them on adventures through the Forgotten Realms.
Heroes? Crowy, don't you mean champions?
Players unlock legendary champions of the Forgotten Realms, like Dritz Duerden and the Companions of the Hall, Farida and Havilar from the Brimstone Angels saga, and many more. Assemble the best adventuring party possible based on your formation options, champion abilities, and the obstacles and enemies you face.
Or just smash your mouse button repeatedly like I do and hope for the best.
Each champion has an incredible array of skills and items to let you customize your style and play even further.
Farther. Farther means more distant, further is figurative.
Well, I meant more distant, but figuratively.
That's forther.
Well, customize your style even further, because Idle Champions of the Forgotten Realms is available on all your favorite gaming platforms. Steam for PC and Mac, Web, Epic Game Store, PlayStation 4 and 5, Xbox One, Xbox Series X, Nintendo Switch, iOS tablets, and Android devices.
Well, let me know when it comes to the BlackBerry. I'm not giving up that phone. It's the only keyboard I can use.
I hear it's coming to the smart fridge next spring.
We have done it! 5 years of planning and thinking before the dream finally came true. A team of 12 dedicated professional developers and internet marketers who desperately love board games put in 17 months of hard work. And now, we are proud to present to you Tabletopia, the digital platform to publish and play any kind of board games. It is the most sophisticated virtual table in terms of functionality, aesthetics, and usability. We integrated everything that was conceivable to recreate the feeling of playing on a real table. And at the same time, we implemented a lot of tools to facilitate playing life hacks. Setting up the game, dealing cards, shuffling decks, etc. takes only a fraction of a second. And the same holds true for creating your very own game. It takes only a couple of seconds to create any game objects from standard print version graphics. Just drag and drop your files, borrow whatever else will be necessary from our extensive library of free game objects and place them on the table. Your game is ready. And now, play test, demonstrate your game, make videos, or even earn money with your game. Tabletopia is a full-scale ecosystem for publishing digital versions of board games. But of course, the main focus of our project is to allow players around the world to play remotely with their friends or find worthy opponents here. And we are speaking about literally thousands of games and their variations. Many leading publishers and game authors have joined us already, and from day one, you will be able to play many popular games. But this is only the beginning. Ahead of us are a lot of new cool system features, new games, and millions of hours of fun. So stay tuned, subscribe to our...
Welcome back to the super silly bard game here on GaryCon 13. You are watching GaryCon Gaxmore. I'm Satine Phoenix, your dungeon master, and these are my wonderful players. And they've been caught in a kind of a fantasy Groundhog Day, thanks to Vajra's super awesome rune sword. Yeah. I mean, it could have been worse. It could have exploded, like really exploded each time. But right now, our group has a plan. Super proud of them. They have a plan. And they are back in front. Look at you go. They're back in front of the Feisty Monk, a bar, tavern, and there's a line out the door. There is a Minotaur at the front door. He has a clipboard and a red velvet rope. Oh, hi, PG. And there's a cat. This is RPG, and she will be judging me, apparently.
Clearly.
Time. Okay, so there you are. Everything is as it was. What do you do?
Joey.
I'm gonna cast Mage Armor on myself now, just to have that going.
Okay.
All right. So,
wait, to clarify real fast, I lost my clothes 2 years ago, or is that like, do I have my armor on?
You do not have armor.
Okay, I just double checking.
You haven't been able to afford armor since that moment.
Am I still just in tidy whities?
You can have. You know what? It's up to you. I mean, it could be your thing. You're a rock
Maybe that's
star.
your brand now.
Sure. Going for it.
Just long hair. It could be like a Lady Godiva thing.
Yeah, I just look. All of a sudden, I've become Big Lebowski. Okay.
You just have the
Dude.
symbol of that flaming ichor on like one of your sides of your butt.
Yeah. I have a very short robe and tidy whities. That's it. Perfect.
Awesome. Yeah, people
Should
take
we-
you very seriously. And
course.
it's merch, right? You just sell merch that way.
I don't know where I keep it, but okay. Shall we go take care of the bouncer?
All right, so we go through, we gain entry. I say we set a trap for this imposter this imposter waiter. That seems like the way to go. It seems like if we take him out, take him down, detain him, could be a good bet. Now we have a little bit of time before this. We could potentially try and talk to the owner of the establishment, whose name I currently forget, to see if he has any knowledge of who this other person may be. I wasn't there when they had their altercation. Dude and I just came up and we kind of saw it unfold. But did it seem like they knew each other previously?
I mean, I can't tell, but if you're meeting behind the stage for any kind of meeting, you have to know who this is. Otherwise,
Right.
it's really dumb. But
Right.
it's not beyond people to do those things anyway. So I think as long as I keep an eye on Solomon just to tail him, and since you were able to be allowed backstage without having us to pay, that will
Right.
save us some money, so we could skip that step.
Right. Yeah. So should we talk to Solomon, or should we just detain the imposter?
I think we should detain the imposter and talk to Solomon, but we should probably detain first.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Just make sure we get the right one, since there's two. and
That's
they look
why,
alike.
look, you know how I am with faces. So I need you to point to someone, and I'm going to curse them. So don't point at the wrong person.
Or we could curse them both just to make sure.
All right.
You're not wrong. I kind of like that plan better.
Do we know for sure which one it was? You said it was the one who did not spill the drink.
Right.
You
I
guys
mean,
enter
here's
the
the thing.
tavern.
Why don't we just listen? Why don't we just get them both?
Well,
and we'll figure it out.
question, when time does the woo and wah wah and we're here, like, do we feel like we're able to cast things again?
Oh, that's
Yeah.
a good question.
Oh,
Okay.
in that case, totally cool.
So you guys are standing there in front. So you've entered the tavern and you're just standing in front of the door. People behind you are trying to like squeeze through. You guys are having this conversation. The bartender's behind the bar. The female waiter is further down towards the green room. You see the male waiter is kind of near where you guys are. And the nobles are along the underside, and the groups of people are in the middle, and the Shatterkai are up in the balcony.
Excellent. So let's go, and I'm going to go to the bouncer. Say, hey, our name's on the list. We are performers. We're super excited to be here. Thanks so much. We are the Flaming Ichor. We're right here on the list.
And I'm so nervous, by the way, that I tried to do the prestidigitation extra hard.
You do it like 3 times.
Well, it depends on the roll, but there's a very good chance if you're going to make me roll for it, we'll see.
I wasn't going to, but I will now.
Oh, son of a bitch. Hey, David, why don't you give the DM some ideas? Okay, so I'm trying extra. Do you mind if I describe?
Go for it.
I try so hard and I'm so nervous about screwing up like I did last time that I like really focus on it hard. And with my 21 that I rolled, the whole page is just our symbol.
Like, oh yeah, of course. I totally sure. And he opens up the rope. You guys walk in, and in front of you is bartender, waiters, nobles, crowd, balcony, stage, green door. Everything is as it should be.
Excellent. So should we go talk to Solomon and keep our eye out for this waiter? I feel like I should be the one, and maybe Dude and I, or Harith, potentially you too. More of the warrior types in the group. We really should be responsible for locking this person down. But I feel like talking to Solomon might be a good idea as well.
Go ahead. Sorry.
I'll talk to Solomon, but I just realized something. Harith, that person that looked like the waiter, right? That person changed in front of you and disappeared.
Mm-hmm.
Then here's the. We may have to detain both waiters because I don't know if this person's gonna appear as something else other than that waiter. Do you know what I mean? They can
How
look
do we
like
know
anybody.
they weren't something else before they became the waiter?
So, Kino, I had that exact same thought. So long as we know the actual person, and I say we set a trap right as they start to do whatever curse or magic ability on the pillar. I, being a Oath of Vengeance paladin, have been hunting my demonic quarry throughout the multiple realms. I have Hunter's Mark, and so I can mark the appropriate person. It doesn't matter how they change their form. I will be able to find them.
Oh, amazing. Okay. Then I'm gonna talk to Solomon just to make sure that we're on the up and up there. And I mean that's what I will do, and just tail him just to make sure that he's safe. And if he ends up going to that same spot in the stage, I'll know that if we end up encountering imps, I'll deal with those. But if there's an opportunity to mark whoever that shape changer is, then you got that covered.
We should most definitely interrupt whatever magic this person is doing because it is dangerous. As such, dude, when I scream fire this time, you should tackle the person I'm pointing at.
Well, I will, but I have can I pose an idea? So every other time I've been able to talk to the waiters like really easy. So if I just go over and you point at the right one, as long as I can touch them, I can curse them, so they will have to see if they can even do anything every turn. So I can make it hard for them to cast stuff. So if we just get over there soon, I can do that now and maybe head it off at the passing or whatever.
You could curse both identical waiters, is what you're saying.
Well, that's up to the magical DM gods, but I do have 2 spell slots and bestow curse.
If we find out that one of them is not that person, I can dispel it.
Perfect.
Oh, that's nice.
So if you just guys let me get up to the waiters, I can try to get both of them. I gotta touch them. Not in a weird way.
All right. So the plan, are we splitting the party? Is that what I'm hearing?
I think we're staying. We can move on group towards the towards the 2 waiters. Are the 2 waiters close by? Can we see 2 identical waiters, or do we just see?
Roll me a perception check.
May I also try to perceive?
Yes.
Please do, because I rolled a 1.
Yeah, so I'm gonna also roll a perception check.
Just to remind everyone that if you roll a 1 during an attack during my games, you have to roll damage and tell everyone how you hit yourself.
23 for me on perception.
Nice. You do not see 2. You just see the one that's kind of serving people in front of you.
Yeah, 11 for me.
Cool. They must not be in disguise yet. We should stake out the pillar.
Yeah, I totally agree. I think we stake out the pillar. I think we just we hang out by the pillar and we wait for that to come. Now, one option is if several of us stake out the pillar, someone else could go talk to the owner of this establishment. I don't know if we want to split up. We could just detain this person, then bring this person to the owner, and then find out what happens in that regard as well.
So
sorry, should I get the one waiter while they're there though?
No, dude, you hang out with me. You hang out with me. I will point to the person, and when that occurs,
okay,
yes, we will grab them.
So I need to talk to Solomon so that when the both of you go to the green room, you can go through without being detained. Otherwise, if that doesn't unless I talk to Solomon, you two won't be able to go through the green room.
I
So-
don't even know if we need to go into the green room, Kino. I'm not sure if we need to get back there, because if we can disarm both bombs, we disarm the one at the pillar and then we disarm the one underneath, we may miss out and not make any friends with some vampires. But I have a feeling the dude and I can beatbox with them after we make sure that everyone doesn't die. We
I
may
hope
make
so.
some new friends.
Got it. Okay.
So it may be worth, though, having you talk to Solomon to try and find out if there's anything afoot. But without any evidence, if we actually have a detained culprit and we catch them in the act, we could actually try to get Solomon to stake the pillar out too and say, hey, we have a feeling someone's going to do something nefarious at this specific time. Come and watch with us. But who knows? That could break the chain of interactions. So
maybe he may not have the headspace to be able to do that. But let me talk to Solomon and
Great.
get him involved at least.
Excellent. All right, Harith, Dude, and I think we should go over to the pillar and just camp out. Should we talk to the gaggle of girls, or maybe we just all have
I think it is
idle
very
chatter?
important that it is not clear we are watching the pillar.
I agree.
So I'm just gonna hide in shadows. Like I'm gonna find a lurky corner and I'm just gonna lurk up and watch.
Write that down. Lurky Corner is a good band name.
That's so true.
I like it.
Awesome. So the three of you are making your way in that area. Kino, you're going off on your own. You see the waiter. He goes, would you like something to drink?
No, thank you so much. And I immediately head to Solomon, but I take note of how tall he is in comparison to me.
Fantastic. All right. You will have advantage on the history check regarding that.
Cool.
Okay, cool. So you make your way to the bar. Solomon's there and he goes, Kino? Oh, Kino, good to see you. It's been so long. Is it that time of year again?
Oh, it is that type of year. How are you doing? This place looks so busy right now.
Oh, yeah. One flyer turned in people really like it. So yeah, the open mic, good shtick.
Good
Marketing.
shtick. But just looking around, do you have enough staff to handle this?
Matter of fact, I don't. We didn't expect this many people to show up.
Listen, my band is here because, we love the place. I think all of us can just help. You just need extra hands. I will be back here with the bar. I'll just let them know that, to just assist, on the stage or wherever they need to go. They just need to know that they can go pretty much anywhere just so that we can help you get this all handled, because this is a lot of people and it's a busy place. Hopefully may this always be this busy.
Yeah, I agree. Really the only help we need is out here in the crowd. There's no one really backstage, just the MC and the green room people, and that's pretty much covered. But if you could help out with the drinks in this crowd, that would be really great.
Yeah, let me just stick with you just to make sure that you got some managerial assistance, because
Fantastic.
Someone needs to be on you.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right. Okay. So you're there with him, and the rest of you make your way towards the pillar, except you don't know where Harith went, because Harith is just that kind of girl. She just likes to bloop into the shadows. Vajra and Dude, how are you guys approaching?
I'm gonna just take Dude by the shoulder, and we're just gonna bro out as we go and be inconspicuously close to the pillar, but not close enough to the pillar to give anyone the wrong idea.
You walk over towards the pillar and you see Mirth, the moneylender, and his very drunk friend, the bald man with the purple tattoo and the rodent on his shoulder. And he's drinking, and Mert is having a great old time. And a waiter walks up to him and spills his drink on him. He's, oh my goodness, this is just inappropriate. Why would you do that? You're a klutz. And he starts to shame him in front of everyone.
I look at Vajra and I point to the waiter like the kid in Looper, and I'm like,
I'm gonna like give him the hold signal, be like, and I'll say, I think this is the one. Let's wait till he breaks off and comes towards the pillar, just in case.
Dry cleaning or no?
Let them go. Yeah, let it go.
He turns, he says, I'm so sorry. And he turns around and heads towards the pillar and puts his hand on the wall on the opposite side. So the pillar, him, and then the wall. And just like Harith saw before, he puts his hand on the wall and his hand starts.
Excellent. So as this happens, I'm gonna go in. I'll nudge dude, be like, this is our moment. Dude, like, this is it. And so as the magic is happening, I will cast my Hunter's Mark on the target. And so I choose a creature I can see within range and mystically mark it as my query. Until the spell ends, I can deal an extra 1d6 damage. And whenever I also have advantage on Wisdom Perception or Wisdom Survival checks whenever I need to find it. So we'll do that. I will nudge dude to do his.
I'm a little concerned that he already cast the spell, but no, I don't know if I should curse or dispel. I'm gonna do what I said I was gonna do.
Am I within touching distance? That's a
Yeah,
okay.
you can kind of stumble up and
yeah, I'm like, whoops, sorry, brother.
And I just fall and put my hand on their shoulder. Actually, if I can, I'm gonna try to hit their arm and move it off of the pillar while also touching and casting a spell.
all right. That all sounds very easy because he's not looking at you. And
oh, thank God, easy.
So what exactly, so you're bestowing curse. What exactly does that do?
Third level, I touch a creature and that creature must succeed on a wisdom saving throw or become cursed for the duration of the spell. And I get to choose the nature of the curse, which I won't bother with unless you fail.
I rolled a 5.
Yeah, buddy. I will choose, while cursed, the target must make a wisdom saving throw at the start of each of its turns. If it fails, it wastes its action that turn doing nothing.
Nice. All right. Cool. So it had already done the thing, and he looks at you and is like, get off of me.
Excellent. I'm then going to go and I'm going to channel my divinity and do Abjure Enemy. As an action, I can choose one creature within 60 feet that I can see to make a wisdom saving throw. So it's a wisdom saving throw of 14. Fiends and undead have disadvantage. So if he's a fiend, he has disadvantage. On failure, the creature is frightened. Its speed is reduced to 0, and for 1 minute, unless it takes any damage.
Is it anything in your vicinity or just this one person?
Just this one enemy. On success, the creature's speed still is half for 1 minute.
And what kind of creatures?
It can be any creature, but a fiend or an undead has disadvantage.
Cool. All right. That is a 10.
Excellent. Okay, so he is both frightened and cannot move for a minute. So I think we've got this guy on lockdown. I will rush in and say, whatever you've just done, you need to undo it now.
Cool. Harith, the Vajra and dude are doing the thing. They've surrounded this guy. What do you do?
I feel like they have that completely under control. So at this point, I'm going to go turn my attention to the imps, or where I expect the imps to go, and lurk in the shadows there, ready to attack if they bring anything.
Okay, so where do you think that they are?
So I saw them going under the stage, right?
Mm-hmm.
From like the back. So I'm going to go to where I can see that vantage point, like backstage in a corner.
Okay, so you're super Heidi McHiderson in the corner, and you're just waiting, and you're waiting, and you're waiting. At the same time, Kino, you're behind the bar, and the bartender's like, "I'll be right back. I just have to go do something really quick."
Oh,
yeah, I'll just be right back.
Oh wait, and Solomon or a random bartender?
Solomon. He's the only bartender.
Oh, I see. All right.
He's like, you got this. I know you got this. Thank you for the help.
Yeah, no problem. And he just he just follows. Like he doesn't explain. He just follows.
All right. How far away are you following?
I'm telling him. Like he knows that I'm I'm like right there.
And he turns back to you and is like, I need you to watch the bar. Who's going to serve all these people?
Ah, yes. We can also close. They know to wait. And I
These
just kind of
people
look
are
at it.
thirsty.
Huh?
These people are
Yes.
very thirsty, and someone has to. I mean, if you're going to help me, that would be the best help.
Yes, they will also tip more when they are thirsty.
Okay, so maybe you could take some drink orders, like out in the crowd.
Yes, the staff will be able to take drink orders. That is their job.
Yeah, so you can get your band who we're going to help, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I will make sure someone is there.
Okay, great. And he turns around and he walks forward
And I
towards
follow
the
him.
back of the stage.
Mhm.
Are you tailing him again, or are you you're right like shoulder to shoulder like this?
Yeah, I'm like right behind him. Like so, like I'm not rude. I'm just respectfully distant. Just
Are we
up
5
behind.
feet or are we 10 feet?
We are less than 5 feet. It's a busy crowd. He should not be alone.
He turns back around and is like, I really need your help. I need
Yes,
to go do this thing by myself. I need you to go and handle the people here, grab your band.
Oh, yes.
Take orders. We only have 2 waiters.
I know. That's why the band is here to help.
Great. And he turns around to keep walking.
I love this. Like, yeah, I totally understand. Totally not doing that.
And so that's going to every couple of feet, he's going to turn around and keep doing that. Dude and Vajra, you have this guy cornered. He's like, he looks stuck.
Maybe we shouldn't have made it so he can't talk.
Oh no, he can still
He can talk.
He can still talk. Yeah, he can still talk. So I'm gonna lean in. I'm going to use my radiant soul, my racial trait. So I'm gonna have eyes are just radiating out. This is like Azamar, half Azamar, half elf, just everything. The kind of corporeal like auric field is. I'm gonna just push everything I've got in this guy, and I'm going to command him, undo what you just did now.
He lifts his hands up and he looks up. He's like, I can't.
But do it anyway.
I'm going to look at dude and say, can you dispel this?
Yeah, I think, but I don't know where it went.
The 2 of you look up, and coming into form are 3 imps, and they have decided to surprise you, and they are going to sting and bite you, or attempt to. So 2 of them are going after Vajra, 1 of them's going after Dude.
Not a good time to be in tidy whities.
That's 21 and 18 on Vajra.
Ooh.
Excellent. I have an armor class of 19.
Nice. So 1 of them hits, and that is 6 points of piercing damage. Make me a con save, please.
Oh, I got a 3.
All right. You also take 12 points. 12 more points of damage.
Ouch.
Yeah. And then Dude, the other one kind of comes up to you, and he is going to grapple your face.
Ooh.
That is a 20.
Oh, that definitely hits.
He is now latched onto your face, and he's like squeezing onto your face. That is the scenario there. How long is the guy frightened for that he can't move?
A total of 1 minute.
All right, cool. So that's 6 rounds. Yeah. 10 rounds, 6 math. Yeah, a bunch of rounds.
Same for bestow curse.
Cool. The 2 of you are going to be there doing that. Harith, nothing happens where you are. Kino, you're just going back and forth with this guy. Are you continuing to do this?
Yeah.
He's kind of like navigating the crowd, going around, and you just like trying to shake you. Can't seem to shake you.
Yeah, he's gonna try, and I'm just gonna be a Karen about this.
Nice. Vajra and Dude, what do you do? Who's going first, really? So it's the two of you and 3 imps.
Should we roll initiative?
Do we roll or what?
Shall I go?
It's at this point, it's either one of you, and then they'll go. The imps and the guy will go after you.
Oh,
So
then you can
whoever
go
would
first.
like to go first.
Go ahead, you can go.
Sure. How the imps are all very, very close to us, I'm assuming, correct?
Yeah, they're like
right on us.
flying over you, Vajra. One is attached to Dude's face.
Excellent. People in the crowd, if they notice that we've like been attacked here by imps.
No.
No. Okay. All right.
Actually, the only person that seems to have noticed is the rodent on the back of the shoulder, or on the shoulder of the really drunk guy next to you with a bald head and the purple tattoo.
Excellent. All right. Well, I think I'm going to use Green Flame Blade and attack the imp that attacked me. So yeah, I will swing to hit.
Go for it. At this point, Harith, you see on the other side of the room, because their curtains kind of open in this area, you see Vajra just his bluish green flame blade is aflame, and Dude is like running around with this thing on his face.
As soon as I can, I'm going to make my way over there to help.
All right, cool. How fast can you move?
I believe I have normal move speed, but I am checking.
Okay.
Where is that on D&D Beyond? I never check my move speed.
The top. It's like the top row, I think.
Yeah, I think.
Yeah. Yes, 30 feet.
All right. If you dash, you can make it there on the next round.
Okay, I'll do that.
Cool. All right, Vajra.
I got a 15 to hit.
Totally hits. So you hit
Excellent.
one of them.
Excellent. So I come in swinging. I'll roll my my damage. It is a total of 11 plus another 1d8 for the booming.
Oh yeah.
blade.
Okay.
So that's 1. So it's 11, 12 on the first, and then not booming blade, because of the Green Flame Blade, then this like green fire arcs out to one of the other imps. Probably not the one on Dude's face, because that might cinch him.
Don't ruin the masterpiece.
Exactly. And that is 2 damage for the other one.
Awesome. The first one just bursts into flame and just extinguishes into ashes, and then the other one gets hit. Dude, what do you do?
Gotta play your character. In utter fear of this thing attached to my face, I sort of step back and take my hands together and just thunderclap at my own face. So I create a burst of thunderous sound that can be heard from up to 100 feet away. Unfortunately, each creature within range, which is 5 feet, must succeed on a con save or take 1d6 thunder damage.
Okay, the imp fails. You must also make that. The guy in front of you fails. The imp in front of Vajra fails. And
Oh
Vajra,
my God.
what do you do?
I'm using my point of inspiration.
What'd you get?
I crit failed.
Oh no!
Can I use my point of inspiration to reroll?
Yes,
Okay.
you can.
I mean, I don't want to tear off my own face because of an imp.
Vajra,
Are
what'd
you
you get?
kidding me?
Nat 20.
Yeah!
Nice.
I went from 1 to 20. That's never happened before. Wow. Okay.
Oh my goodness.
I got a
Awesome.
14.
Perfect. What is the DC on your attack, Dude?
That was what is the save DC? 13, but
Yeah,
the damage is
13.
4.
Okay, so they all take 4. The imp is not dead. The guy's just a smidge hurt. Now, does it move everyone back? I don't remember.
No, I believe it's just the
thunder?
sound, the incredible sound.
Well, everyone's looking at you guys now at this point. Every single person in the
Oh
place
shoot,
is
sorry, that's
looking.
2d6. I forgot my level. I apologize. That's 10.
Nice. The imp on your face explodes into fire,
Oh.
and the one in front of Vajra does as well. And so you no longer have the imp in front of you, and the guy just takes the hit. and every single person in the place is looking at you two as the flame on Vajra's blade is kind of like.
Excellent. I'm going to use my thaumaturgy and shout out so everyone can hear, and I'm going to point, and I'm still like glowing in like Azamar radiance, and point at this guy, this imposter, and say he's trying to destroy the venue. He's trying to destroy us, and really just try to single him out. And I'll use all of my persuasion and charisma to put all ire on this imposter.
All right, roll persuasion. Persuade everyone. At this point, Harith, you've already made your way up as well.
So I got a 16 in total.
Cool. People are like, what is going on? And Merc stands up. What is the meaning of this? This is ridiculous. Why is anyone trying to blow up this venue? Who are you even? And the guy
I'll say
like,
he cast a spell on this. And is there any noticeable difference on the pillar? Can we tell that there's something embedded? No. Well, I'll point to it anyway. Maybe someone has a higher arcana than my character. He cast a spell into this pillar, some sort of explosion spell.
I didn't cast anything. How dare you accuse me of that?
I'm going to why not? I'm gonna cast suggestion on the dude. And try to get him to tell the truth.
Nice.
I suggest a course of activity limited to a sentence or two. I'm like, tell them what you've done and why.
Cool. How about an 8 for that save? As he goes, it was the imps. I just delivered the imps. That's all I did.
And why?
I was paid to. It's what I do.
Oh, that makes sense.
Oh, I should have said in from who. My bad.
Get one qualifier. So Harith, what do you do at this point?
I was gonna go for the imps. Yeah, and since he's only like I just delivered the imps, then I'm gonna go for some imps. So
there are no more imps. They've all
they're
been
gone?
though these have been destroyed.
Oh, then never mind. I will rapier stab the imposter guy.
Who is failed both wisdom saves, by the way.
I rolled a nat 1.
You know what to do. Tell us how you hit yourself.
Let's see. Harith, I think Harith is like very stately, right? Like very deliberate, very mechanical. And so goes to make like a very like stab, but slips on some beer that someone spilled and just like and just slaps on their back.
Nice. Kino, what are you up to with Solomon? As you see all of this happening?
I want to see what Solomon's reaction is to all of this. Like, he should be more concerned and heading in that direction. If he's still trying to evade me, I have an action.
He has stopped and is agape. His mouth's agape, and he's, oh my goodness.
Let's head in that direction, and I kind of see where if he's still trying to evade me.
At this moment, he's stopped.
Okay. It's like, let's head and figure this out. It is your bar, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yes. I will follow your lead.
It's like, okay. And he walks over and he's like, what is happening over here?
So I'll step in. So I'm gonna grab the imposter. I'm not gonna cause any damage. Although I guess technically maybe the thunderclap already did some damage. But I'm gonna bind him. So I want to. Yeah, it's okay. I want to make sure that he can't move. So put him in a prone position. And basically, so he cannot get away with any magical tomfoolery and deceptive shenanigans. While that's occurring, we'll tell the owner of the bar, this man planted a magical bomb spell on this pillar and then attacked us with
No,
imps.
I didn't.
He's lying. I mean,
I'm not lying.
He's lying.
Clearly, I'm not lying. He asked me a question. I
All right,
told you
at
exactly
thi-
what
at
I
this
did.
point, I'm gonna do a nice little force. Now it's gonna hurt.
Awesome. It's,
By the way, and I just continue to look at Solomon's like, oh, Solomon, don't you have anything to say in regards to this? He's being
we
more
must apprehend this person. Let's take this back into the back room so we don't bothering any of these very, very generous customers.
Sure. We should go back and settle this. As I am touching Solomon, I lay bestow curse.
Nice. All right.
Great minds spell
Cool.
book alike.
10. 10. So he goes, yes, let's let follow me, and he leads the lot of you behind the stage.
Mm-hmm.
I do lean over to Vajra. I'm like, are we worried about the boom or no?
No, I think the boom has hopefully been taken care of, but we may want to evacuate the pillar. That actually is that actually I think is a really great idea, dude.
Okay.
Yeah. Do you want to tell people? Yeah, tell.
Oh,
tell
yeah,
them.
okay.
All right, I'll
Fire! Everybody run!
There you go.
People get up off of the, you see these nobles, oh my goodness, and they kind of move around, and this shadow fellow looking down like, what the hell's going on down there? And Mert picks
Especially
up,
you, famous people. Move.
I prestidigitation the smell of burning smoke, like fire. Throughout
oh
the area.
nice. People disperse, and the shadow fellow come down, and they're all looking up and trying to figure out what is going on. Did we get it? Did you put it out?
I'll use my thaumaturgy to once again have my voice boom out and say, everyone depart in an orderly fashion, vacate the premises.
Go ahead and roll me a contested strength. So roll strength, please. Athletics.
Athletics.
This is for Vajra, as the guy is attempting to break from your hold.
17.
He got a 19.
Oh, he got a 19?
Got a 19.
All right.
So he wiggles his way out. His face changes, and he darts for the backstage through the crowd, who's already kind of
as he's departing, I'd like to use command, my command skill, so I can speak a one-word command to a creature I can see within range, and I'll just command halt.
Yeah, nice.
It's a wisdom saving throw of 14, but I believe that because he still is abjured enemy, I think he still has disadvantage on it.
Well, he got a 6.
Excellent.
Oh, nice.
Excellent. So he has been commanded to halt.
Yeah. He stops, you see him like, and he's now stopped. And so the lot of you, where would you like to take him?
I say we take him into a back room. I mean, are there still people? I mean, is there still people in the establishment? We just deal with this.
Yeah, they've gone to the stage, so they're now like looking around, trying to figure out what's going on. Some people left, but the majority of them are still there.
Why not do it in front of everyone?
Yeah. Let's do it. If he's halted, I'm gonna, you know what? I'm actually just gonna attack him, and I'm gonna try to hack a leg off so he can't go anywhere.
Dang.
This turned dark real fast.
Wow.
This kid trying to kill everybody. He's trying to run away. I don't have many spell slots left.
This escalated quickly.
I didn't say I was against it. I'm just narrating.
Attack at advantage.
All right, excellent.
I don't think we're gonna win this contest, guys.
All right, I swing to attack. Oh man, I got a natural 20, so that's a total of 25.
The spotlights you guys are standing in the center of this crowd. The spotlights all are a spot on you, Vajra, and dude who's standing next to you. As you've just hacked off this guy's leg, he falls to the ground, and he's just like, and he's trying to get away. What would you like to do?
I'll also add, I'm going to add this after the attack. I'll add booming blade. So if he moves, he takes an extra 1d8 of damage. Nice. And I'll inform him of such. Yeah.
Roll the damage. Roll it. Just roll it.
Oh, okay, sure.
That'd be really
While
good.
you're rolling, I lean over to Kino and I just whisper, I hope we got the right guy.
I whisper back to dude, I think it's more complicated than that.
Okay.
And I look at Solomon.
And he's like, what are you talking about? But the guy's face is now changed. It is no longer the face of the waiter. It is definitely someone else with red hair and flaming red eyes. What damage did you done, Vajra?
Total of 15 damage. But the booming blade will only affect him if he moves. So if he stays stationary, he will not take that additional damage.
His leg is like off, so he is crawling away. So what is
Just
it
hate it when your leg is off.
So booming blade will do to a moving target additional 2d8. So
nice.
Stop crawling, little dude.
The MC hops on and is like, isn't this a wonderful performance? This is our intermission performance. It's I hope you're enjoying the festivities tonight. Next up, we have 8-inch steak.
12 damage of booming blade.
Oh my goodness. He stops moving.
Excellent. I'll search him. Let's see what he's got on his person.
Yeah, he's got a wand. And it looks like a demon on the head of the wand.
Fantastic. I would like to cast Divine Sense.
He's dead.
He's dead. Okay. I'd like to cast Divine Sense and see if there are any other demons here.
You can feel them behind the stage currently.
Dibs on the drumstick, by the way.
I look at Solomon and go, wow, that was averted, wasn't it? And it's very pointed.
Yes, you guys should definitely perform, and I will make sure that you win.
Solomon, and I just say out loud, what the hell is going on?
I have no idea.
No, you know exactly what's going on.
I have no idea. Why would you say that?
Because
this you guys just attacked a patron here, and you've been following me this whole time.
Right.
Why do you assume that I know what is going on here?
Because I know this trick. I know because, well, in order for me to, feed my band, I know the whole trick of having a very, very big contest where everyone gives lots of entry fees, and when something explodes, you can't do anything. Everyone has to leave and you claim all the money. I know this trick.
I don't know what you're, and he pulls you and he's like, okay, look, how much do you really want? Because you called me out, and I'll double it. You want 2,000 gold pieces? Because I'll split it with you. I'll give you 2,000.
Well,
we got 4,000 gold pieces.
Okay, great. I kind of look around and I said, yeah, that'll work, but let's at least let it end so that everything just goes back to normal. But we'll handle this.
Is Solomon is not a demon, so he's not a fiend.
No, he's just
No, okay, all right. If he was
and then I just gather the group. I just gather the group. It's like, okay, listen, and then we just kind of huddle around with Solomon's like, look.
He's like, look, you guys just perform. I'll pay you half up front. I'll give you half as soon as you get off stage. Just go on stage.
You're gonna kill everybody. Everyone was gonna die from this explosion. You're gonna kill the emo band. You're gonna kill the vampires.
There's a lot of people who wanted a lot of people dead in here. You got the two nobles there from Neverwinter. You got the guy from Waterdeep. You got that really crappy band up there. The judges, look, just you get 2,000 gold pieces. You perform and nobody has to die.
I don't know if I feel good about it.
I like 2,000 gold pieces. I want them.
I say we take the 2,000 gold pieces and we haul you off to Baldur's Gate authorities.
Do we take the gold and then?
Absolutely, we take the gold.
We are absolutely taking the gold.
But then after we perform, then take him to the authorities?
Listen, we end this whole thing. This is already a performance. We figure out something elegant, and we end scene, and we handle business afterwards.
I'm cool with that. Just make sure we tie him somewhere so he can't get away.
Of course, that's fine.
All right.
Use my robe. I need to take off his robe.
With 4 minutes left of the game, you tie him up. He's backstage. He's also in a robe. The guy on the ground, you kind of drag him off stage. The MC convinces the whole tavern that everything's okay. Give me a 3-minute performance of how we're going to wrap this whole game up. You can narrate it too, or you can.
Oh,
sing
okay.
it.
I was just starting to beat. My bad.
That's good. Dude, lay down a sick beat, dude. Here we go. Let's try.
Can
Let's
we
try my
invite the
improv.
vampires back on stage?
Yeah, they're
Yes.
gonna also they're gonna be with Dude, and they're gonna beatbox with Dude. They're
Oh
also-
God! Oh God!
multiple
I
fat
never
beat.
once complained. I never said I could beatbox.
No, you're laying the
do-
drums, and they're
Okay.
gonna beatbox.
Vajra will take his MC mic and he'll do some improv beat.
Okay, cool. So we've got Dude doing that. Harith, what are you doing?
Harith
On
stands
stage.
like 100% exactly on the mark where Harith was supposed to stand. Like there's a piece of tape there that they had already put, and stands completely straight with the bass, just doom, 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 doom. Like no movement, no musicality, just like I am being paid to pluck these strings. That's it.
And Kino, what are you doing?
Kino uses prestidigitation to do his synth sounds, so it just sounds like wah, 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 wow.
Awesome.
All
All
right,
right, Vajra, take it away.
Our name is Flaming Icker. We weren't even on the list. We came into this place to try and get a gist, trying to understand why we keep on dying. Is it Groundhog's Day? I keep feeling like we're flying through space with our vampire friends. I don't even know when this story will end, but I'm here with my band. I lost my special emblem. It's got hair from my girlfriend. I don't even know where she is, but that doesn't matter to me. I'm here. I de-legged a gallant enemy, and all I can think is, wow, I really should probably not be the front man of a rock band and go back to killing demons like I'm supposed to.
And with that, we're going to end today's silly bard adventure. The crowd goes wild. You get 2,000 gold pieces,
Woo!
and he's going to offer you a percentage of the entire tavern's take for the next month. But you guys do with him what you will. Maybe we'll come up with a part 2 of this at some point. But thank you guys for playing.
That was
Thank you
awesome.
guys for watching. Everyone, please tell the audience where they can find you. Start with Jameson.
All right, my name is Jameson Stone. You can find myself and my company, Apotheosis Studios, at apotheosisstudios.com. We just came out with an epic bard, or excuse me, we're coming out with the bard book soon. This is a warlock book. Bard book is coming out in about a month. You can check that out at thebardbook.com with Satine Phoenix. But right now we have this brand new warlock book. So if you enjoy warlocks and you enjoy new campaigns and settings, go to theredopera.com or thewarlockbook.com. 230 pages, 20 adventures, a bunch of subclasses, and yeah, we're excited to have you play it.
Yay, thanks. David.
Hi, David Blue. You can find me here on Twitch at 4davidblue. That's the number 4 David Blue. On Twitter, David Blue, or on Instagram, David_Blue. I know it's annoying. I'm sorry, but the easiest way is here on Twitch, where I'm at 6 days a week.
Yay, Ryan.
Hello, I'm Ryan Omega. You could find me on twitch.tv/lifeactionroleplay, where we have a bunch of roleplay discussion stuff, as well as online LARPs and other talk shows. You can also find me on twitch.tv/Indiecade, where I am the producer of Iron Game Designer.
Cool. Anna.
Hi, you can find me at Anna Prosser or annaprosser.com, anywhere that internets and social medias are sold, and I hope you will. You can also check out cantripbrand.com if you're interested in a cool, subtle streetwear way to show off your fandom of TTRPGs and fantasy RPGs. And if you are looking for something to watch tomorrow, there will be an episode of Extra Brains, the Brainstorm talk show, where DJ Wheat and I try to answer your questions and discuss topics that you are interested in. And that'll be on my channel on Twitch, twitch.tv/Anna Prosser, tomorrow at 1 p.m. Pacific.
Awesome. Thank you guys. And for all of you out there, I'm your dungeon master, Satine Phoenix, at Satine Phoenix and satinephoenix.com. And Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday, myself and my husband, Jameson, we are on Twitch, twitch.tv/Satine Phoenix. We are doing a book on bards, for bards, by bards, bardy bard, bard, called Sirens, Battle of the Bards. You can go to thebardbook.com to check that out. Everyone out there, thank you so much for joining us for GaryCon, virtual GaryCon number 13. Go donate to Extra Life, and I will be right back because I'm going to host a panel, Women in Gaming, with Elisa Teague, Shauna Germain, and Monica Valentinelli. And I will see you in a couple minutes for that. So stay tuned. We have so much more fun coming up this whole weekend here on the GaryCon Gaxmore channel. Thank you, guys.
Hello, I'm Benwin Bronzebottom, celebrity dwarf and video game enthusiast, and this is my sidekick, Crowy.
Hello.
Quiet, you. I'm here to tell everyone about Idle Champions of the Forgotten Realms. It's a Dungeons & Dragons-based strategy game from Codename Entertainment.
It's a management game with an emphasis on formation strategy, where you assemble parties of legendary heroes and send them on adventures through the Forgotten Realms.
Heroes? Crowy, don't you mean champions?
Players unlock legendary champions of the Forgotten Realms, like Dritz Duerden and the Companions of the Hall, Farida and Havilar from the Brimstone Angels saga, and many more. Assemble the best adventuring party possible based on your formation options, champion abilities, and the obstacles and enemies you face.
Or just smash your mouse button repeatedly like I do and hope for the best.
Each champion has an incredible array of skills and items to let you customize your style and play even further.
Farther. Farther means more distant, further is figurative.
Well, I meant more distant, but figuratively.
That's forther.
Well, customize your style even further, because Idle Champions of the Forgotten Realms is available on all your favorite gaming platforms. Steam for PC and Mac, web, Epic Game Store, PlayStation 4 and 5, Xbox One, Xbox Series X, Nintendo Switch, iOS tablets, and Android devices.
Well, let me know when it comes to the BlackBerry. I'm not giving up that phone. It's the only keyboard I can use.
I hear it's coming to the smart fridge next spring.
In the frozen mountains of the north, you have come to end the terror of the Grimfang King and his army of raiders. The biting wind has slowed your pace as you approach the mountain hold. The air is painful to breathe, the snow thick and unyielding. You draw close. Distant torches lighting the icy ground. A rank odor fills your nostrils. The shouts of orcs fill your ears. Great beasts roar and slam against their bonds. You ready your weapons and prepare your attack. Battle is about to commence. Epic encounters. Turn your RPG up to 11.
We have done it! 5 years of planning and thinking before the dream finally came true. A team of 12 dedicated professional developers and internet marketers who desperately love board games put in 17 months of hard work. And now, we are proud to present to you Tabletopia, the digital platform to publish and play any kind of board games. It is the most sophisticated virtual table in terms of functionality, aesthetics, and usability. We integrated everything that was conceivable to recreate recreate the feeling of playing on a real table. And at the same time, we implemented a lot of tools to facilitate playing life hacks. Setting up the game, dealing cards, shuffling decks, etc. takes only a fraction of a second. And the same holds true for creating your very own game. It takes only a couple of seconds to create any game objects from standard print version graphics. Just drag and drop your files, borrow whatever else will be necessary from our extensive library of free game objects and place them on the table. Your game is ready. And now, play test, demonstrate your game, make videos, or even earn money with your game. Tabletopia is a full-scale ecosystem for publishing digital versions of board games. But of course, the main focus of our project is to allow players around the world to play remotely with their friends or find worthy opponents here. And we are speaking about literally thousands of games and their variations. Many leading publishers and game authors have joined us already, and from day one, you will be able to play many popular games. But this is only the beginning. Ahead of us are a lot of new cool system features, new games, and millions of hours of fun. So stay tuned, subscribe to our newsfeed, and be ready to jump in. Tabletopia, where board games go digital.
Heard tell of a kobold queen with visions of a world made new in fire and rage. Driven by prophecy, she has filled her followers with the raging passion of her cause. Now, you step forth into her burning realm. Dark shapes move among the rising embers. Thick-skinned beasts belch gouts of fire. It's an ambush! Roll for initiative. Battle is about to commence. Epic encounters. Turn your RPG up to 11.
Hello, I'm Benwin Bronzebottom, celebrity dwarf and video game enthusiast, and this is my sidekick, Crowy.
Hello.
Quiet, you. I'm here to tell everyone about Idle Champions of the Forgotten Realms. It's a Dungeons & Dragons-based strategy game from Codename Entertainment.
It's a management game with an emphasis on formation strategy, where you assemble parties of legendary heroes and send them on adventures through the Forgotten Realms.
Heroes? Crowy, don't you mean champions?
Players unlock legendary champions of the Forgotten Realms, like Dritz Duerden and the Companions of the Hall, Farida and Havilar from the Brimstone Angels saga, and many more. Assemble the best adventuring party possible based on your formation options, champion abilities, and the obstacles and enemies you face.
Or just smash your mouse button repeatedly like I do and hope for the best.
Each champion has an incredible array of skills and items to let you customize your style and play even further.
Farther. Farther means more distant, further is figurative.
Well, I meant more distant, but figuratively.
That's further.
Well, customize your style even further, because Idle Champions of the Forgotten Realms is available on all your favorite gaming platforms. Steam for PC and Mac, web, Epic Game Store, PlayStation 4 and 5, Xbox One, Xbox Series X, Nintendo Switch, iOS tablets, and Android devices.
Well, let me know when it comes to the BlackBerry. I'm not giving up that phone. It's the only keyboard I can use.
I hear it's coming to the smart fridge next spring.
We have done it! 5 years of planning and thinking before the dream finally came true. A team of 12 dedicated professional developers and internet marketers who desperately love board games put in 17 months of hard work. And now, we are proud to present to you Tabletopia, the digital platform to publish and play any kind of board games. It is the most sophisticated virtual table in terms of functionality, aesthetics, and usability. We integrated everything that was conceivable to recreate recreate the feeling of playing on a real table. And at the same time, we implemented a lot of tools to facilitate playing life hacks. Setting up the game, dealing cards, shuffling decks, etc. takes only a fraction of a second. And the same holds true for creating your very own game. It takes only a couple of seconds to create any game objects from standard print version graphics. Just drag and drop your files, borrow whatever else will be necessary from our extensive library of free game objects and place them on the table. Your game is ready. And now, play test, demonstrate your game, make videos, or even earn money with your game. Tabletopia is a full-scale ecosystem for publishing digital versions of board games. But of course, the main focus of our project is to allow players around the world to play remotely with their friends or find worthy opponents here. And we are speaking about literally thousands of games and their variations. Many leading publishers and game authors have joined us already, and from day one, you will be able to play many popular games. But this is only the beginning. Ahead of us are a lot of new cool system features, new games, and millions of hours of fun. So stay tuned, subscribe to our newsfeed, and be ready to jump in. Tabletopia, where board games go digital.
Welcome back to GaryCon. We're here at twitch.tv/GaryConGaxmore channel, and I have a wonderful panel for you all. It's called Women in Gaming, and I have been admiring these three women for a very long time, and I wanted to bring these game devs to you and talk about what they do. I mean, they are pretty much powerhouses in this scene. So without further ado, we have Elisa Teague, Shauna Germain, and Monica Valentinelli. Thank you guys so much for being here. I really appreciate it. I know who you are, but I would like you to share with everyone who you are. We'll start with Monica.
Hi, I'm Monica Valentinelli. I got started in the RPG industry, first I started out as a reviewer, and then I worked with some small presses, and I have a funny story to tell you about that. And then from there, I've worked on quite a few popular games. I've worked on Vampire the Masquerade, Shadowrun, Firefly, Conan, just so many, and I had such a great time. And now I'm currently in between gigs, and I'm looking at developing some stuff for DM's Guild, so I'm really excited about that. Yeah,
awesome.
Super exciting.
Cool. Shauna?
You know, I came to tabletop design via World of Warcraft, weirdly. Because I was a player in a bunch of different RPGs, but then I was also a World of Warcraft player. And I started writing for the World of Warcraft official magazine, which is the first game stuff that I ever wrote. So that's kind of my break. It was writing about guilds and stuff in a giant MMO, and then moved into writing articles about games, and then eventually moved into game design. And started as an editor, and then moved into a designer, and now I still do a little bit of both. I'm one of the co-owners of Monte Cook Games, and I've worked on stuff like No Thank You Evil and Predation and Invisible Sun and Numenera and a few of my own little things, and I write in somewhere in between there, or I pretend to.
All right, Elisa.
Hey everyone, I'm Elisa Teague. I am the senior producer of role-playing games over at Renegade Game Studio. I have been in the industry for a pretty long time, about 20 years now, and I actually hopped over to RPGs mostly from the board game side of the hobby industry. And so I was a very long time designer and developer and producer in board games for a couple different companies. And then I kind of got, I don't know, roped in, I don't know what the right word is, but I got a lot of attention for my puzzle writing from Wizards of the Coast. I did some stuff for Magic the Gathering for them, some live events. And I had a really great idea of doing a puzzle book for D&D. And we're talking to folks at WotC about that. And they really liked my stuff. My pitch went into them for that. And in the interim of them deciding what they were going to do with all of that, I started writing adventures for them that were really puzzle heavy. I started writing puzzle-y live events for them for D&D Live and other stuff like that, and started writing adventures. And then was approached by Renegade, actually, before I even worked for them, to do the Wardlings RPG. And so I wrote that for them. And last summer, at the end of the summer, I was approached by them to come and produce all of the RPGs there, which I could not say no to for sure. And just last fall, my puzzle project that I had pitched to WotC it basically ended up in Tasha's Cauldron of Everything, or at least part of it. So I wrote that whole chapter for Tasha's, and I don't know, I guess I'm mostly focusing on RPGs now, but I still do a lot of board game design and puzzly stuff on the side.
Oh, that's so awesome. I just love you guys. You guys are so amazing. I would like to talk about what it takes to make a game. And now we have all different kinds of games. We have role-playing games and board games, but I don't know if people understand how much work goes into a game. So I don't know who wants to take the lead on this, but let's talk about what the different roles are in game development and how you each fit into that with things that you do.
I'll jump in because everybody else is silent and I talk a lot. Well, as right now I'm a producer. And so I'm in charge of managing all facets of development, from deciding on whether or not we're going to go for a particular IP, or what game we are actually developing, what the system will be, hiring writers, hiring artists, writing a bit myself, and then going through the editing process, art directing, everything. And so I'm basically managing the entire project. So I have my hands in a little bit of all of it. And all of those things are really different for RPGs, at least. Board games actually has a whole other level in there. And it really depends on, for RPGs, are we talking about, does this RPG have its own system? Are we using a system like 5e or, any of the other great ones that are out there? So a lot of times there's also a systems designer, a game mechanics designer on the, list of credits. But oftentimes when you're just using an existing system, it's writers that are writing new settings for that system.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that something you touched on is really super important, and that is it depends upon the company that you're working for. Sometimes the roles that you have are going to be more expensive depending upon how much leeway you get to make decisions. Sometimes art is not involved, sometimes art is involved. The work that I've done is kind of ranged the gamut because I've worked with small press and large press publishers. And what's really interesting is that the same types of decisions need to be made in order to produce the game. It depends upon who does the work, right? Because sometimes on a smaller team with a different budget, or if you're going to Kickstarter to fund the game, where some of these different decisions come into play is really an important part of what you do. And I find that the most important thing that you can do as a game developer, and one of the skills that you really need to figure out, is how to negotiate, how to manage conflicts, and how to be able to make quick decisions when disaster strikes. And I see laughing faces because you all have been there and you know what that is. But in an ideal world, you'll have this very smooth process that works great from start to finish, but nothing is ideal ever. Like, every game sometimes is different and it's got its own little quirks. So it's really important to be able to understand that there is a process, but at the same time, you have to figure out flexibility and how that affects the people involved, schedules, etc. I mean, it is a lot of project management and juggling, for sure. Anybody else
Yeah,
want to
well,
jump in?
I was gonna say one of the things I love so much listening to the two of you is that it's such. I think people maybe don't understand the broad range of skills that are necessary to work in the game industry, right? From people skills to actual game design, which is actually very scientific and very pieces, parts, and detail oriented, to the big picture, the big scope, and I think of for me one of the most important things is empathy, like and that's empathy to like, what do my players need when they take this game and they play it at the table? What does my GM need to know, and when do they need to know it? You know, how do the other people that I'm working with on this team feel about this process? Like, being empathetic all the time to all the various pieces, parts is so important, but it's also kind of exhausting because it feels like your emotional space is just constantly pulled in all these directions. And one of my favorite moments is when I just get to turn all of that off and sit down and actually do the design. Like, I've done all the sort of big picture, like, how does this fall on this person? What do these people need to know? What is the game? What do you actually do? Like, just so many questions to be answered. And then finally you have all the answers, or, you know, for now, and you can sit down and create a thing for a little while. And I feel like that's the moment I kind of live for in game design.
I think you touched on a really cool thing where you were talking about what does the player need, right? What does the GM need? And what the player needs really varies depending on what game they're playing. You know, if you're writing something, if you're writing an adventure for Dungeons and Dragons, the player needs obviously new content and wants to explore new settings in the world, or wants a little tiny bit of that fan service, right? Where they recognize the town that they're going to. They've been there before in another adventure, or they recognize an NPC that they've, you know, maybe encountered or heard of, even in another game that they've not played before. And I think putting those little bits of interesting things with new mechanics into a new campaign setting, or even just a new adventure, is really important. I'm in a very unique situation because, well, it's not that unique, but a different situation than writing for Dungeons and Dragons, which I had been used to, which is right now I'm developing and producing 3 new RPGs that are licensed based, right? So Monica was talking about how she's worked on, you know, Conan and Firefly, and right now I'm doing Power Rangers and GI Joe and Transformers, and you know, that's a different type of servicing for a player, right? A player who has grown up loving a thing, loving a license so much, and they, you know everything about the IP, creating something for them. What do they need? They need to feel like they are completely immersed in the world. They want to feel like they can make a character that they always envision being in the cartoon or in the comic book or whatever you're making it for. And they want to be able to live out their wildest dreams as a character playing this game. I mean, we're role playing, right? So you need to create that for them. And it is a lot of responsibility when you are holding somebody's, you know, wish since they were 5 years old in your hands, right? And so there's a lot of care that needs to go into basically what you said, which is providing things for players.
Yeah, I would definitely say that managing expectations based on the perspectives of who you're designing for is something that it's something that I didn't go into game design, or it's not a reason why I started game writing in the first place, but it's something that evolved over time. Because as you work with games and as you play games, you start to realize certain patterns. You start to realize that a lot of new players are drawn to recognizable games where they might know, Elisa, you worked on the Kingdom Hearts board game.
Mm-hmm.
You know, for some people that might be their first style of that board game because they love Kingdom Hearts. So I was also thinking about how this is a very unique experience for new players. I just gave a talk at the Gamma Trade Show online about new players in particular. And through the talk, I mean, we identified over 20 different types of new players that come into a game. So when you think about game design, you're not only thinking about the game itself, what does the individual player do at the table and what does the group do? But you're also thinking about how somebody learns to play the game and how they're going to find out about the game. So there's a lot of nuances to it. And to Shauna's point about the emotional labor, there's a lot of emotional labor involved in that too, because you have to manage the feedback that you get when you design and somebody play tests what you're doing in order to incorporate that or to balance the pros and cons of incorporating that into what you're doing.
That's a really good point. So let's kind of talk about how to take feedback on your game. People get very precious about their stories and their mechanics. How do you guys handle that?
It's not easy. I will say that I'm a big believer in not reading the comments, because I think online there's a lot of feedback that can be very toxic. And I know we are women in this industry, and we are talking about what we do in this industry, but there's no shying away from the fact that women bear the brunt of a lot of negativity in the industry, and are judged a little bit more harshly. I think things are getting much better in that regard, which I'm very happy about. But a lot of people, unfortunately, are quick to judge, like, oh, really, you're writing an RPG, just because we don't necessarily look like what is perceived to be the typical gamer, right? Although the statistic for women in gaming has gone up quite a bit. It just recently went above 54% of people who game are women over 40. So, it's things are definitely changing, but the perception is the stereotype is still there. But I think that it is really important, while ignoring really toxic comments and feedback, to really take constructive criticism and not put up a wall and think that you're just the best you're constantly learning. I've been in this industry for a really long time, and I learn new things every single day. And I appreciate that feedback. I appreciate it when somebody says, oh, I think there's a better way. I've had days and days and days in a row of comments, like talking with my writers on these current books that I'm working with, and they're coming up with things that alter what I had originally thought, and it's brilliant. And I am happy to receive those new ideas. And I think being open to all of that is really important. So yeah, you want to like shut out all of the super negativity, but when somebody says, hey, I think the industry really needs this, or have you considered maybe changing it to such and such, it's important to listen.
Yeah, I think that I have sort of a three-tiered system, in that I have to first know what I want out of the game. What am I trying to make? What is my goal? What is the heart of this thing that I'm building? Because if I don't know that, then feedback can knock you off balance. You're just like, oh, what am I doing here? Right. And so first I have to sort of know the core. And then when, for example, if I do play test, or if I'm specifically asking people for feedback, I really guide them into the kinds of things that I would find helpful and the ways in which I would find them helpful. So as the designer, I don't want them to design the game for me. I want them to find the flaws, and then I can walk away and design the game. And so sort of figuring out how to ask for the right kind of feedback, and then how to take that feedback after and do what you need to do with it is really a big part of that. And then the third part for me is this person qualified to give me feedback? And often the answer is yes, because I'm seeking it out from other game designers or from players who've played a lot in the system that I'm working in, or, like we were talking about, fans of this setting who know the setting way better than I do. There's lots of people that I listen to. But if the answer is no, this is just some random person who, has played a game once and thinks that they can design it, like, I feel like I don't have to hear that feedback. I don't have to listen to it, because it isn't valid to my level of experience and knowledge. And that's always a hard thing. Sometimes you get that wrong, but if somebody's in the ring with me and has the experience and the knowledge and the passion, I absolutely feel like taking what they say and then walking away and thinking about that as to whether it's right for the thing I'm trying to create is just the sort of the ultimate. When the answer is yes, and they give you this really great idea, this perfect fix, or this thing that you knew was problematic and you didn't know why, it's just such a good feeling. You're just like, yes.
I think sometimes too, it depends upon, you talked about, like knowing what you want. I also think I also think it's important to be able to play to your strengths and to identify what those strengths are and know that if you don't know how to do something, it's okay to ask for help. Like, I am not, most of the work that I do in gaming, a lot of people really do know me for world building and narrative design, but also for inclusivity and trying to design towards neurodiversity and use repetition, and certain styles of text-based techniques. These are things that I've developed over time, and those are what my strengths are. Am I going to be the first designer people go to develop a brand new mechanic that's never been heard of before? Probably not, but I know who to ask because I've developed those relationships over time. And I think that's really important. But it also takes a certain amount of self-analysis to know that, you know, with as many roles as we've mentioned, I'm sure that all of you can see how easy it would be to assume that you could perform every single one of those roles. And as human beings, I would love to say that I could perform every single one of those roles, but a lot of times I can't. And that's where I look for advice, is I look for things in where I'm weak. Because I think that that's super important, because those people build you up and they lift you up, but they also help you with the things that you're talented in and you're strong in. And those two things combined is what makes a really great game. You know?
So what is a game designer for role-playing games? What is it exactly that you do, and how would one get to that point in their career?
I think that this question is controversial because everybody has, I mean, even in board game design also, there definitely is a difference between a game designer and a game developer, but everybody has a slightly different definition. In my mind, my fantasy mind, no. To me, for role-playing games, a game designer is somebody who designs new mechanics, new mathematical systems. So designs the actual core mechanic of the game. A game developer is a person that takes that core mechanic of the game and then develops it with whatever branding, IP, world building, etc. And then they take it across the finish line to be a developed product. Slightly different for board games, where developers are usually more on the back end of play testing and making sure all the rules are working smoothly and fixing any problems with the game design. So I guess it is sort of similar, but that's how I define it. There are a lot of people that have a very different definition.
Do you guys have a different definition?
Well, I think that, so there's a term that's used in video games, which I think is very appropriate here. I really like the term producer, and I think of game developers as producers. However, the roles may be a little bit different because I've never been in a game development role where I also haven't done writing or some game design or, you know, other complementary skills to help produce the game and get it out the door. But it's really, I think the roles and how they're defined really depend upon the game and who you're working for, even if it's yourself, because those roles can take on so many different things. Like, Elisa and Shauna both mentioned art, right? Sometimes the art matters in terms of an actual game design where it's like you have to figure out, okay, like what colors do I use on the particular pips for the die that I'm depicting in this game, and you have to give them instructions, or you're trying to relay a scene and you have to write up art notes. I mean, sometimes game developers do that, sometimes the writers do, sometimes that has nothing to do with them whatsoever. So it's like it's just so nuanced, but at its core, you're trying to produce material that somebody else can take and have a wonderful experience. And I think really that's the heart and the difference of between a designer and a developer, is that the developer is more public facing. And for me personally, I think the designer does a lot of work that never sees the light of day. Some of it's just behind the scenes to work out the kinks, to see what works and what doesn't.
It's so fascinating. I'm learning so much. So I think one of the things that we're talking about that is really cool, but can also be daunting, is that whatever term we're using to game designer or developer, it's got all of these elements to it, right? And some of it is very scientific and mechanical, and you're talking about percentages and probabilities, and how often could this happen in a game, and how often should it happen? People, I think, who don't understand that part of game design think that you can just pick a dice at random and oh, I'm going to use a d6 or oh, I'm going to use a d20, but it actually is really important because it makes a huge impact on gameplay and how often a thing happens, and just all kinds of things that you have to think about. And so there's that very science heavy mechanical focus, and then there's this whole spectrum all the way to sort of the sort of poetry of language that you get to when you're making a beautiful setting or beautiful characters, or this sort of narrative design that you want people to have this amazing experience when they just read the book in addition to playing the game. And so there's this whole spectrum, and there are places for people who have all kinds of different talent to fit on those spectrums. I think one of the hard parts is when you get into a company, you're often expected to do a lot of those parts of the spectrum because, if you're a small company, like Monte Cook Games is still a fairly small company, you do every little part of it because we have a small team, and that's how we help each other. And so you grow so much as a person and as a designer, trying to do all these things. But sort of to what Monica was saying, you also realize what your strengths are. And so I'm never going to be great at the percentile, figuring out that sort of part of it, because I don't like it as much as I like the language and the setting and the storytelling and all those kinds of things. And so I do it, and I have my developer check it because I know that I screwed it up. But at the same time, I'd much rather focus on this other part of design, and it all fits in there, which I think is really cool.
Yeah, I think that, I am super guilty of what you both are saying not to do because I do love all three parts. I love the math behind game design, and I've been a game designer for a very long time. So I like that crunchy part a lot. But I also love to write. I grew up wanting to be a fantasy writer. And so I love that part. When I'm putting together a team of writers who, I guess when we're defining things, when I'm saying people are writing on these books, they are developing. So they're writer developers of the game mechanic. I try to hit three roles, and I love it when they bleed into each other, because then we have some room for bouncing things off of each other. And the three roles that I try to hit is a mechanics person, to make sure that the mechanics are being addressed, that everything that's being written makes sense with the system, if the system already exists or somebody who's writing that system. What I call a lore genius. So if it is a branded IP, this person needs to know every single fact inside and out about this IP. So for example, we're doing, G.I. Joe. On my team, we have several. They're all lore geniuses, actually. Provides very funny entertainment for me to read their conversations all day long as they're writing. But yeah, so I think a lore genius is really important. And then a narrative writer. We need an author that is going to put everything into the right voice and make you feel like you are completely immersed in the world. And so I think that if you hit those three job functions in your writing team, whether it's three separate people or hopefully not one person doing everything, or a team of people, and they break out into those three categories. As long as you have those three covered, you're good to go.
Wow, that is so awesome. I'm like, I should be taking notes. But why don't you guys share some of the things that you've learned in the last couple of years? I don't know how gaming has changed for you guys. I feel it as just a dungeon master, having to communicate with my players in a completely different way. What have you learned and best practices for game design right now over the course of the last couple of years?
So you just asked a really hard question. Can I just say that?
It's what I do.
Oh my gosh, that is such a hard question.
As I said before, I'm learning things every day, right? So I'm always learning, even though I feel like I'm, really great at my job. I don't know if that sounds way too confident or not, but I'm pretty successful at what I do, but I still am constantly learning. I don't know. I'll think about it while Monica's talking.
for instance, let me put it this way. I've learned that my players, they actually have far less of an attention span than they had before. So I'm actually having to truncate so much of my games and having to make things more efficient and concise and actually screenwrite my games. That is a drastically different thing that I'd been versus what I'd been doing before quarantine.
So to your point, largely I would say that I agree that trends, especially in the gaming industry, and I'm sure Lisa's going like this right now.
Like,
yeah, there is definitely an ebb and flow to different trends, both in game design and how games are presented. That said, I think the technology of streaming, and I feel that a lot of the tools that we have, the fact that PDFs are just freaking amazing and gorgeous right now, like just the design for those digital products is just amazing. All these things combined create an experience, but when somebody gets at the table, it's not something necessarily that the designer can control, because that comes down to the relationship between what the director or the storyteller or the game master is, what their relationship is with the players and what their expectations are. And from a design point of view, I personally advocate for having multiple levels of those experiences that give that storyteller the ability to pick and choose what they need. So have quick play. And opportunities for that through jump starts and quick starts and, adventures that are preset, but then also have abilities for them to build out longer term campaigns. I mean, there's still some groups that have been playing the same campaign that they have prior to the pandemic and post pandemic. I think having that variety of tools is really important because from my vantage point, I want to empower somebody who's running the game to get what they need rather than telling them what they want. Like, I feel like it's really important to just providing tools and letting them pick.
Yeah, we after running games online for 2 years now, or a year and a half, or I don't know, some amount of time that is a flat circle, and who knows how long it's actually been, we learned a lot about gaming because of the forced experience, right? We learned how, like you were saying, how slow games can be online, how hard it is to keep your players' attention, how hard it is to create atmosphere. And so we actually just came out, we're just kickstarting a brand new product that is designed to be played online. The GM can cut and paste out of it. It's an app that they can like look at and show images and just do all of the things really quickly in this setting that keeps the player's attention and allows them to be more engaged. So we've sort of taken a space that was, we were playing Invisible Sun, which is a very table oriented, and then we turned it online and it was so much harder. And we were like, there's got to be a way to fix this. And I feel like all great game design, for me at least, comes out of those experiences at the table where you think, like this isn't working the way that I want it to, or that it could be better. How do I make this better? And so I feel like this has been a really interesting opportunity to take that and run with it. And I don't know what's going to happen when we come back to the world. Will gaming have changed again because we have picked up these new expectations and experiences from gaming online? I suspect so. And that'll be really interesting to see how that once again changes game design in cool ways.
Yeah, the thing that I had thought about, and both of you basically have backed this up, is what I'm learning the most about lately is how to reinterpret our RPGs for Roll20, and then how to design moving forward, and other virtual tabletops as well, and how to design future games to seamlessly work with those virtual tabletops. I don't think that everything is going to go back to completely in-person gaming. I think that now that people have discovered, hey, I can play with my friend that lives halfway across the world. Why have I never done this before? They're going to continue to. I personally, I've been playing D&D for over 30 years, and I really like the in-person experience. I love minis on the table. I love my terrain. I love all of that stuff, but I also really do enjoy being able to play with friends I would not normally get together with. and using Roll20 and other systems like that. So I think that right now, and I'm very lucky because I have a new associate producer working for me that came from Roll20 and is teaching me so much, that I think that that is something that I'm learning new things even after playing in a year-long campaign with Monica actually on Roll20. I'm still like every week, I'm still learning new things about it that I never knew existed. So there's so many possibilities there. And so that's probably the biggest thing.
Wow, this has gone by so fast. I am so sad to say we have just one more brief question, and then we're going to wrap up. But if somebody came to you and said, I really want some advice, I want to be a game designer, what do I do? What would you say?
Start. Just start. I mean, honestly, I think the biggest barrier to getting into the industry or even just doing anything is the desire to do something, but the fear of actually putting words to paper. And you're not going to produce anything that is good until you start writing everything out. And the first few things may not be gold, but you still need to start. You need to just move past the planning stage. I'm going to do this. This is what I want my future to be, and make your future now and just begin.
Nice.
A lot of times what I tell people in my classes is if you have favorite games, why not critique them? Like, pick 5 things about the game that you like and just start picking it apart. And then once you start unlocking your inner critic for the games that you love, you can start basically reassembling them. Like, how would this person go about, okay, now I can see that this table of contents is arranged a certain way for this type of game, and this, the appendix has this in it for this type of game. There are so many great RPGs out there. I mean, there's literally hundreds, that aren't just D&D, but we also have so many different systems. We've got Savage World, we've got Storyteller, we've got, we used to have Unisystem, we've got Small Press, we've got Medium-Sized Press, we've got so many great games out there. Just start playing and then seeing what you like. And one of the really great ways of starting is using the community content programs that are available. DM's Guild is out there. Slurcy and Vault for Scarlands is out there. I mean, there's a ton of these community content programs that you can put together product for and then get feedback from the community. So there's a lot of different inroads, and as Elisa said, it is just important to start, but at the same time, I want to give you permission to suck. It's okay.
Yeah.
If your first couple things aren't really that great, even first drafts, like, for as long as I've been doing this, my first draft usually sucks, and I give myself permission to do that to get all the kinks out, and then I'll refine it. So, it's giving yourself the compassion while being enthusiastic about it and understanding that you're there for the same reason that we are, and that is to make something fun for other people to play. As long as you got that fun in mind, you're golden.
Yeah.
I love that. I do. I think it's tied to that. I will say, find your family. Find the people who are going to cheerlead and support you and protect you and raise you up and challenge you. And, that might be an internship. Like, we offer internships to up and coming, brand new designers. It might be just other people in your community. It might be your best friend who doesn't even care about games, but is just sort of your rah-rah cheerleader. Because I think that, once you start and once you know what you love, which are the other 2 elements of this, there's a great deal of pushback. And the way to survive that, in my opinion, is to have really good family around you who's going to say, you don't have to listen to that at this point. You just have to write. You just have to become who you are. You just have to do the work. And I think that so many young designers get lost in that beginning where someone says something about their work or about them or whatever it is. And it's really easy to let that just deflate you and stop you from following your dreams. So find your family, keep them around you, tell them tell them what you need from them. Tell them, I'm really nervous about this. I need support or whatever it is. And just, I don't know, just inside that safety and security, develop your skills and become who you are.
You guys are so inspiring. Thank you so much. Oh, that was amazing. We're wrapping up this conversation. Next up, we have Euthantia with Beetle and Grimm, Dungeon Mastered by Eric Frankhouse, and that is at 8 p.m. Central. Before we go, please, everyone out there, or my panelists, please tell everyone where they can find you. Monica.
You can find me at booksofm.com. I'm also on Twitter too much. and my handle is booksofm for that as well.
Shauna.
You can find me at montycookgames.com. I'm also on Twitter too much. It just seems to be a writer thing. Oh, and we have a Kickstarter right now called The Darkest House, which is designed for online play.
Yay! That's cool. Congratulations. That's so exciting. And Lisa.
I am not on Twitter enough. I feel like I'm too busy and I forget about Twitter, but I'm really trying, and you can find me there at Geeky Pinup. You can also see all of the new stuff that we are doing at Renegade Game Studios at their website, or go to my website. I keep saying this in every panel, and it's now getting repetitive. I really need to update my website, but it is elisateague.com. It's very outdated. But this is going to inspire me to do it. I say that too every single time. I'm too busy, but I'm going to try. That's really
I believe in you. Everyone out there, I'm Satine Phoenix, your Dungeon Master. You can find me at Satine Phoenix and satinephoenix.com. A brand new Kickstarter starting April 22nd. That is thebardbook.com. It's Sirens, Battle of the Bards. I'm very, very excited about that. We'll see you guys. I will see you tomorrow for Game Master tips. But right now we have Eric Frankhouse Dungeon Mastering in about, 8 minutes. So enjoy the rest of your evening with Gary Con. I know I will. Bye, guys.
Bye.
You have heard tell of a kobold queen with visions of a world made new in fire and rage. Driven by prophecy, she has filled her followers with the raging passion of her cause. Now, you step forth into her burning realm. Dark shapes move among the rising embers. Thick-skinned beasts belch gouts of fire. It's an ambush! Roll for initiative. Battle is about to commence. Epic encounters. Turn your RPG up to 11.
Hello, I'm Benwin Bronzebottom, celebrity dwarf and video game enthusiast, and this is my sidekick, Crowy.
Hello.
Quiet, you. I'm here to tell everyone about Idle Champions of the Forgotten Realms. It's a Dungeons & Dragons-based strategy game from Codename Entertainment.
It's a management game with an emphasis on formation strategy, where you assemble parties of legendary heroes and send them on adventures through the Forgotten Realms.
Heroes? Crowy, don't you mean champions?
Players unlock legendary champions of the Forgotten Realms, like Dritz Duerden and the Companions of the Hall, Farida and Havilar from the Brimstone Angels saga, and many more. Assemble the best adventuring party possible based on your formation options, champion abilities, and the obstacles and enemies you face.
Or just smash your mouse button repeatedly like I do and hope for the best.
Each champion has an incredible array of skills and items to let you customize your style and play even further.
Farther. Farther means more distant, further is figurative.
Well, I meant more distant, but figuratively.
That's forther.
Well, customize your style even further, because Idle Champions of the Forgotten Realms is available on all your favorite gaming platforms. Steam for PC and Mac, web, Epic Game Store, PlayStation 4 and 5, Xbox One, Xbox Series X, Nintendo Switch, iOS tablets, and Android devices.
Well, let me know when it comes to the BlackBerry. I'm not giving up that phone. It's the only keyboard I can use.
I hear it's coming to the smart fridge next spring.
We have done it! 5 years of planning and thinking before the dream finally came true. A team of 12 dedicated professional developers and internet marketers who desperately love board games put in 17 months of hard work. And now, we are proud to present to you Tabletopia, the digital platform to publish and play any kind of board games. It is the most sophisticated virtual table in terms of functionality, aesthetics, and usability. We integrated everything that was conceivable to recreate the feeling of playing on a real table. And at the same time, we implemented a lot of tools to facilitate playing life hacks. Setting up the game, dealing cards, shuffling decks, etc. takes only a fraction of a second. And the same holds true for creating your very own game. It takes only a couple of seconds to create any game objects from standard print version graphics. Just drag and drop your files, borrow whatever else will be necessary from our extensive library of free game objects and place them on the table. Your game is ready. And now, play test, demonstrate your game, make videos, or even earn money with your game. Tabletopia is a full-scale ecosystem for publishing digital versions of board games. But of course, the main focus of our project is to allow players around the world to play remotely with their friends or find worthy opponents here. And we are speaking about literally thousands of games and their variations. Many leading publishers and game authors have joined us already, and from day one, you will be able to play many popular games. But this is only the beginning. Ahead of us are a lot of new cool system features, new games, and millions of hours of fun. So stay tuned, subscribe to our newsfeed, and be ready to jump in. Tabletopia, where board games go digital.